this set to friends, folks, or is it set to public?
I did public last 2 years.
We're here to march for an independent Scotland, aren't we?
We're getting ready to say that again, please.
We're here to march for an independent Scotland.
And you're not sitting at home watching the King being crowned. What do you think about being out here instead? And are you having fun today? And tell me about your flag.
Because I did not know that the flag had
Superb. And Joseph, how old are you?
We're ready.
Lovely. Well done, thank you. No, you're all right, don't worry, I get muddled up. See when you get to my age.
Folks, can you tell me if this is set to friends or public?
It's like,
No, I was hoping I could get a bottle of water for somebody. Wonder if the pipers have got water. Can any of you tell me if this is public or friends, Margaret? Is this set to public or friends?
You go at the back.
Thought I recognised that voice. Thanks very much, Margaret. I seen Ian earlier on, I'll get him for you. You're alright, I've got it in the phone.
Okay, we're ready! What is your countdown from 10? 10!
If you're in Glasgow, you can join us in the march.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Maybe, man. Right, son, Joseph! Joseph! So this is Joseph we've got leading the march today. He's got a very important job in his hands. He's going into primary 5 as well. If you are in Glasgow today, you can join us. Hiya Susie, hiya Tony. I see Joseph we've got leading the march. Very important role for him. BBC are here today. We were filming me, Joseph. So today we're out in strength, not only for independence, but to show that Scotland doesn't need a pretend king. Right, these are all Scotland's kings and queens. Charlie Boy is not Scotland's king. People are sovereign, always will be. Right, there with me folks. Hi Paddy. Thanks Gordon. Have to get folk watching it for what's behind me. Oh, I'm away the wrong way. How many's here shortly, okay? He's really chucking it earlier on there. Hiya Daniel. I hope you're here, Daniel. Yeah, hi Edith, hi Brian, hi Bernadette. Thanks, Gordon. Beautiful sea of blue. and let it be known that he's not Scotland's king. Be. People are sovereign. People of Scotland are the kings and queens. Really quite busy. Hello, Indy Live. Right, get back to wee Joseph. Joseph is leading the march today. It's his first time. He never came last year, he says, because it was raining. Oh, he's here this year, and that's what's important. Right. Have a wee quick peek behind you and look at them all following you, Joseph. See them all? You're in charge today. Right, he's wanting to see how many's here just now. I'll just get a full. I'll get down a wee bit. I'm going to get all the marks of Scott. Hi Alana, hi Heather. Shout out to Scotty. Man, I can feel my heart going. I love this. Start a chant once the band is past of it. It's a nice cartoon. Quite a few folk here so far. Oh, actually, do you know who I'll look for? My chanting partner. Somebody who's just as loud as me. I'll get him to start the chant. Right, I think that's Donna's dog. Is it? No, it's not. Oh, what a beautiful big boy. What a beautiful big boy.
Oh,
hello, what's his name? Hello, Vincent. A beautiful boy. He's lovely, lovely colour. Right. Not my king! Not my king! Not my king! I need to meet my chanting partner. Nobody's doing it. Right, where is he? Mr. Gary Kelly, the man for the telly. Good few here, eh? Right, I'll try the chant again, right? Not my king! That's my king! No. Come on, Glasgow. Yeah, I'm going to walk up a bit, right?
I believe when
Quite a few, is there? Oh, look at that wee dog. Got another wee band, I'll get these guys. Oh, look. Come here. Hello, beautiful doggy. I love seeing all the dogs. Right, I'll try a chant again. Not my king! Not my king! Oh, for God's sake. Sorry. I might have known. Not my king! Not my king! Not my king!
Not
My king! Do you know something? I done that chant 3 times. Nobody responded. Spotted yous. I thought yous
Not
will.
my parasite.
Aye. Aye. Aye, I will. Hiya, Dan. Hiya, Linda.
Aye, okay.
What's wrong? Heather, what's wrong? You alright?
I will go up and do the side thing.
Oh, no bother. And we're still coming round the corner. Can you all please share this live stream? Share it to groups and pages.
All I can see was a line of butter.
Really important. There's the salvo flags.
My camera on.
Not my parasite.
That was good there, seeing Johnny and Mash. Oh, there's the big. Big Cumbria flag. Oh, sorry, trying to get your nose. There you go.
I didn't mean to say it out loud, I'm sorry.
Sovereign Scott is a free Scot.
Not my king! Not my king! You're right, wee man. What's your name?
Right then.
You shy? Hold that flag up high. See you later. I think that's Gary. You can stick your coronation. Stick your coronation. Okay, so this is the next bit. This is a nice wee chanty bit.
You can shove your coronation, shove your coronation, shove your coronation up your arse.
Hey, Annie. Here's Suzanne. Hello, Missy.
Hello, my darling. I did
Like
have
the
a flag,
flag's
but you
nice.
it's going.
Oh no, it's alright.
I'll get you one.
No bother. You're right. Not my king at all.
You want an AFU in front of that king. An AFU in front of the king.
Aye. Nation up your arse. You can stick your coronation. Stick your coronation. Can't hear you.
You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation.
Hiya. Stick your coronation. Good turnout, so it is. Hiya Pauline. Hiya Caroline. Hiya Tracy. Hiya Scott. Good numbers here. The wee guy Joseph, primary 5, leading the march for us. When these go geese a wee song.
You want us to sing again?
Aye.
What did you say? Okay. 1, 2, 3. You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation. Stick your coronation. Stick your coronation up your arse.
Fantastic, thanks ladies. You can stick the coronation up your arse.
Should have kept going with the joint then.
And we'll start again then. You ready?
You can stick your
Coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation. There we go, that's what we think of Charlie boy. Now we've got Dean. You any messages for that lot in London?
You can shove your
Coronation up your arse. You can shove your coronation up your arse. You can shove your coronation.
A message for my nation. You can
Shove
shove your
coronation up your arse. Thank you, Dean.
You're welcome.
Forget your banner there. That's cracking. You done a good job. Oh, nice. I like it. Thank you.
Standing there.
Oh, hiya! I just spotted the unicorn.
What do we want? Independence. Where do we want it?
No! I'll catch up these. Hello? There's Ian. There he is, Margaret. I told you I'd get him.
Hello Margaret, how you doing ahead? I'm not here, my brother.
That's his twin. They didn't know he had. Hiya. Yeah, I'm going to get a wee chant going. Hello. Hiya. You're a beautiful doggy.
She goes up my face.
Oh. Another wee doggy coming. Hello. Hello, beautiful dog. There we go. Big flag. to the side. We get an early chant going. You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation. Stick your coronation. Stick your coronation up your arse. Oh, look at this doggy coming. Hello, wee doggy.
That's China Blue.
Oh, nice. So it doesn't seem to be ending this. Quite big, good. Up your arse! You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation. Stick your coronation. Stick your coronation up your arse. I'll go past these all. Oh, sorry, Robert. I'll give you a hug.
I'll give you a joy.
Oh, no, they know. You got a scooter? I'm going to catch you. Now be careful, right? A clever girl. I was looking for you earlier, my chanting partner. 3 times I chanted, nobody responded until I got Johnny and Marsh and all that. It's big, Gary.
Yeah?
It's big. Alright!
Hey!
I'm loving the t-shirt.
Thank
I forgot
you.
to order mine, didn't I?
Only takes 2 days to come. Here's a hug, Derek.
Hey!
Nice to see you.
Joe!
Joe, he's a hug. Hi. How are you? I'm alright, yourself?
I'm alright. No, I just mean...
Right, Gary, you ready? You can stick your coronation up your arse. Stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation.
Up there, masturbation!
Don't use singing bad words, right? Really busy. Hi Angela, hi Carol, hi Lynn. Hello Estelle. Getting there, wee chant going. I tell you, it's maybe some run up to the front. If you see anybody you know, tag them. Look at the sight up there, beautiful. So be quiet here, you ready? You can stick!
I got to put that in.
The t-shirt?
For my granddaughter.
Aye, of course.
Right. Hold on a second to get this. Oh, there we are. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. You're fronty. You're shy. You okay, lass? Good. I'll see you after, right?
Here we are.
I was going to start chanting there, but there was a rain and I didn't like to say ours. I love that too. Loads and loads here. Come to your glory, son. Hello, stranger. I've not seen you for years and years. Good.
bad wee turn out, but I like
It's really busy.
You just said, I think I was in the, doing again if I was in the middle, because quickly take some pictures, thinking, what the hell's there and
The
there?
front's a way on, so it is.
Hopefully that sounds back.
Aye.
I'll catch up with you later,
I'll
right?
catch you later. Let's use this. I've seen Marco for ages. Nice to see him there. Right, here's a crowd that likes a chant. Hiya Timothy, hiya John. Hi Angela. Right, wait till I find the rowdy bunch that like to chant. You can stick your coronation up your arse! You can stick your coronation up your arse!
Stick your coronation! Stick your coronation! Stick your coronation up your arse!
There we go. It's always good when folk join in. Really busy. Oh my god, I'm going to be knackered. Hiya! By the time I get to the front. Hiya! Thank you! Right. Let's get a wee chant going. You can stick your coronation up your arse! You can stick your coronation up your arse!
Yeehaw!
You can stick your coronation! Stick your coronation! Stick your coronation up your arse! Hello. Hello. Do you want to introduce me?
Yes, I'm Dennis from Torrance and thoroughly enjoying a great turnout.
Good.
What a wonderful day.
Good.
The 6th of May is a wonderful day.
It is for all the people in Scotland.
Indeed it is.
See you later. On my way. Right, that looks like the end up there. That's really pretty impressive. Oh, look at this wee doggy. I like to get all the doggies. Hello. Hello, beautiful boy. Beautiful boy. Okay, doc, folks, so. Hello. I speak me up the dogs in a day, people. Right. That's some India up here. And this is going to be some trek to the front. I'm not joking you. Alright, Paddy. It's some size.
It's the best since COVID, I think.
Aye, definitely.
Definitely, aye.
Get a really good turnout.
The green's really set up well as well.
Aye,
With really big stage
Good.
and all the rest of it, so no, we were there this
I've
morning.
got my tripod so I can film the rally too.
Alright, that's
But
good.
I'll see you later
Okay,
on,
Wendy.
Paddy. Take care. Right, so this is the end. And I'm going to run back up the front. Okay. You's alright. He's alright. He's doing well. I like your banner. I like the banner. Thank you. I'll see you later. Okay, folks. Oh, lovely dogs. Right. Need to forgive the juggling, okay? I need to run, okay? Might take me a wee while to get there, but there's lots of it. It's fantastic. Wish I had a wee drink though. Slept in this morning. Just getting picked up in 22 minutes. I'm just going to go in the path, right? 22 minutes I've picked up. Forgot my charger wire. No drink. June, I don't know if you're watching, but I've got your stuff, your t-shirts with me, so I'll give you them at the end point. It's going to take a wee while. I love it. They're a tourist bus. Should be getting a chance going at a tourist bus. Soon be getting to the stage where I'm going to have to get a drink for a huddle. I'm joking, I'm only really. Right, I'm just going to go a shortcut. Come on. Get them all up here. Hiya Samuel. He's still got time, he's come in. Enjoy now. Let's get back up and give you Joseph that's leading the march. Sorry if you hear my heavy breathing. By the law, by the law,
What is right and
what
what
is
is
wrong?
wrong?
By the law,
What is right and what is wrong? By shots or by law? Only Belmore's
Jacobite fighting. Got me high five. High five. Cheers. Oh my god, I'm roasting. This is a Glasgow drink. Sean did have a boat off, has he not? And then left. He's alright. Usually I bring the sweeties and that for being not because I was running late this morning. I like that sign up there.
You know, see the phone?
I'm looking for her. But I've not seen it. No, we slept in this morning. It's awful. I'll catch up with you later, Lynn. Have you seen Jan yet? It's quite big, by the way. Take my life. You see anybody you know, tag them and share the stream, please. Okay, have to be cute little chant. Oh God, I bet you get restricted because of the music. Oh, look at all the folk in the bridge down wrong bit. You're right, son. You're right, pal. Hi, Jamie. Oh, Jeannie, sorry. My screen's dark. Sorry, Jeannie. Are you here today, Jeannie? Oh, look at that wee black dog. That was mine. I'd call it the Bruce. You've already got Wallace and McGregor. That's somebody I've not seen for ages. Nice to see you.
You've just come out of 2,000 feet.
Is it? You counting good? Good, there's somebody standing there counting. Glad I've not got that job. No, it's not a case I've not got enough fingers and toes. Right, let's see if we'll come in the village. Oh, I can see man try, okay. The three singing ladies. I'll just quickly nip it this way. Really sorry. Oh, sorry. Didn't know the camera myself, I'm sorry about that. You see anybody you know, tag them, and please share the live stream. This is going to be tight.
Here again.
Set your coronation, set your coronation up your ass.
Right up!
You can set your coronation.
Bear with me, folks. I'm not even halfway yet, you know that. Sorry? Will we do a wee chant? Will we do a wee chant? Aye. You can stick the coronation up your arse. You can stick the coronation up your arse. You can stick the coronation. Stick your coronation.
Stick your coronation up your arse.
As far as it'll go. Right, folks. It's catching up again. can stick your coronation up your arse.
Well done.
You can stick your coronation up your arse. You can stick your coronation. Stick your coronation. Stick your coronation. As far as it'll go.
Because you're sitting on top of a useless motor sandstone. Because you're sitting on top of a useless motor sandstone. You'll not find us forward.
Oh, I never noticed the flags.
You'll not find us forward.
Oh my God, still get ages to go. See anybody you know, tag them and share the live stream. Get it out there. Let everybody know what we think of this coronation. Because the people of Scotland are the kings and queens. The people of Scotland are the only sovereigns in this land. No monarchy.
What do you want?
It's you! Let me hear you! I'll join in!
Independence! What do we want then?
It's now! Independence! The new!
Yesterday!
Exactly! Thank you for that, that was good work. I'm sweating.
Aye.
Right, bring this corner up here. Right, I'm just diving into a shop for a drink of juice. Sorry about that, folks. I really need to get one.
I don't think so.
Alright, Sean. Right, folks, bear with me. I'll run round the back of this. See, Ian just took the same route. I'll just quickly run on. Oh my God, it's miles in front. Sorry about this, folks. Nothing good to look at here. Next shop, I see 190. Hey, sweet Johnny, I'll ask him to get any juice. Any juice, Johnny? I haven't passed them yet. I don't know what they're on. I haven't passed them, Johnny. They must be further on. Can I hear them? Aye, I was continuing on chanting, just chanting. Finally got to talk tomorrow, we're closing down my job, right? I'm diving into a shop for a drink of juice. Aye, it's really good. It took me ages to get to the end. I'm knackered trying to get to the front again. Aye, he's I know. Oh, did you tell him you were going to show?
Aye, but I didn't see an also.
Ah, sorry.
Sorry, Bob.
It's alright. No, they're definitely up here.
Yeah, Randy, I can see you sitting up here, really past me.
Wendy.
Hi, yourself. It will do. Aye, aye. Oh my God, Johnny.
Yeah, I know.
Hopefully that's a rain Bible.
We'll find a spot, one of them.
Aye. No, I need to get home.
Hey, I found,
I'm just looking for Marsh because he's the tallest.
Oh, it's serious.
Is it?
I listened to a few actually.
Hey! How you keeping?
Right, Johnny, we're at the front.
Hey, I'm sitting. When they'll stay here.
If I see them, I'll tell them,
I'll
right?
stay here and wait for them.
No worries. Do you have any spare bottles of water?
Yes.
Oh, can I get a bottle of water, please?
Yes.
Thanks very much. I was ready for drinking out of a puddle. I'll see you, Esther. Nice wee drink. Right, Red.
Hey, man. Good to see you and all.
Sweating. Aye, it's really busy. Oh, hello. What's your name again? I've not seen you for years.
My dancing partner.
Nice to see you, Jordan. I put a picture of me and you up not that long ago on my reels.
It's been about 3 years since I've been any of these.
Aye.
You know, it's literally the biggest since January 2020, isn't it? We're doing all that
Everybody's
dancing
watching
and
you, Joseph.
See, that's got a stomach, don't it?
Is that what it is?
Pandemic stomach.
Oh, I'm knackered. It's good numbers, by the way.
Aye.
One thing, I love this. I absolutely love this.
What do you love?
Do you, son?
This.
You got a drink, Tatty?
I'm literally the first. I'm the first person in the line.
Are you?
I'm the first
Yep.
person. I'm the flag bearer,
Yep.
the leader.
Aye, cool. You've got a really...
Independence for you, isn't it?
Yep. For to help you.
Cheers.
No bother. I was ready for drinking out of puddle, Ian.
Oh, that's
You know what I'm ready for? Do this again.
this bonnet on. Oh,
Do this
can't take
again.
off, then it'll be a riot.
I know, same.
I'm ready to do this again this year.
Are you, son? Well, we'll be doing it a few times this year. So hopefully you'll come with your dad. Eh? Bring your flags. Are you enjoying it, Joseph?
Definitely a flag I'm bringing.
Are you enjoying it, son? Are you thirsty?
My little brother will come.
Is it?
Yeah, but
Right, you ready, Joseph? Oh, this is a beautiful hill bit. This is when we'll see them all. Every group, tag your friends, let them see that it's alright, people, he's not our king. The people of Scotland are sovereign, which means of Scotland are the kings and queens of this land. Don't recognise any foreign rule. Ready, hold it up.
More than that. I don't know what they're, maybe they're counting every second the third person.
Maybe you should be quite romantic.
Aye, we'll know.
It's definitely more meal.
See when we get to the end, we'll get a full understanding of it.
Aye.
Because there's lots of people along the way,
Aye.
and at Glasgow
And we're
Green,
picking them up.
and then we're piecing together as always what the poll is saying, people say.
Aye.
I reckon it'll probably be around 10,000.
Aye, well I hope so because we have to be out today.
Yeah, and we are.
Watching that self-serving on the way there. And then they're having a party in the square at 5 o'clock. Let's hope it pisses soon, eh? Anybody that's watching, you want to say hello to somebody, just type it and I'll go and find them for you. Hi Andrew. Martin tells me where the holes are so that I don't fall in them.
She disappears and goes quiet, we know she's not too far in them.
Joseph, why are you here?
Because...
What do you want?
What do we want?
Independence!
You want independence?
And when do we want it?
Now. Good boy.
Sorry, Wendy, alright?
Oh, sorry, Paddy.
Come here. Aye, come.
Watch your feet.
Come on, no.
No, just keep going. It's alright. No, just keep going.
Solid. Paul, you need to watch the road. At least
Paul,
that
this wee man's
manhole is
holding the knot.
solid.
This wee guy's holding it. So we want him at the front.
I'm only going to do it to George Square and then stop and let everybody march past us. That's okay.
You need to move a wee bit though, because I'm right at the back
Bunch
of
of
you.
turning out, everybody. Get yourself, take on your course.
What do you want?
Independence.
When do we want it? What do we want?
Independence.
When do we want it? What do we want?
Independence.
When do we want it? Tory, Tory, Tory! Tory, Tory, Tory! What do we want?
Independence.
When do we want it? What do we want?
Independence.
When do we want it? You can stick your coronation up your ass! You can stick your coronation! Sorry, I forgot.
I know. You're a troublemaker.
I forgot. Sorry. He's a meant to join in with me, but I know. That means he's going to join in if we get past it. I know. It's awful. I was expecting to get a help. Right, need to reach her by the truck. Sorry about that, I forgot.
And you want it?
I'm going to stand for the thing.
Oh, let's get a wee space.
Hi Amber. Hi Callum, is it? I'm sorry, my screen's really dark. Just to try and save power. Right. Back up here. Tell you, I think it's not hard work. Not that I'm moaning, but it is hard work. I'm not going to do this forever. I don't want to be doing it forever. I want independence any way we can.
Oh, well, I take it back.
I've been doing this for nearly 10 years. Aye, of course. Alright, cool, no bother. No bother. Just try and look normal. Cheers. Thank you. Well, my t-shirt was right in the top of it. Into the square. Hey Joseph, you're coming into the square. We're nearly there.
What do we want? Rid of these statues.
Aye, tear them down.
Outside the EU, as it is.
I'll stop to get all the markers in. BBC is here. You're right, dog. Sorry, I don't know if I said hello to you. Watching on one of my tablets. What used to go the doggies.
I wish we done it there. Yeah, I know. Now, what do we want? Keep smiling.
No bother. I'm sweating, son. I'm roasting. Me too.
I can't see very well.
Oh, put your glasses back on then.
Did you get up in the hoodie?
Oh, so he is. I'm pure roasted too. But you can never be sure.
But you can never be.
Always be prepared.
Exactly.
I think so. We don't know what's at the green.
Right, I'm just going to catch up the clock. Hiya. He's knackered. Alright, I'm pure sweating. Managed to scadge a bottle of water off of somebody, but... Exactly. Alright, Neil.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, Joanna, I didn't see you there, sorry. You alright?
I'm great, thanks.
He's enjoying it? You alright?
Very nice to be here.
Did you hear my dulcet tones?
I did. It was a beautiful rendition.
Thank you, thank you. I hope you join in the next tune. I'll see you later. Hi. I'll see you later. Joanna there and Neil. There's the rain coming on. Just better get my brolly out. Bear with me a minute, folks. Going to be a lot of juggling about here, so hold on a wee minute. Can I ask you a favour? Can you just hold that for me? Thank you. Just keep walking. Just to get my brolly out. Thanks very much for that.
You're welcome.
He's alright.
Yeah,
Try and give me some hugs.
Good to see you.
And you. Alright, nice to meet you then. It's really warm, isn't it?
It's got warm now, isn't it?
I'm scared to take my hat off, I'll be soaking.
Oh, just keep it on.
Aye, it's a really, really big crowd.
Is it a big one?
Aye, I think it's been the biggest so far. Hopefully that's that's us starting to get back.
Oh God,
It would really be a shame on this day if we didn't have a good turnout.
I know, yeah.
But no,
Look at see what went.
aye. But no, definitely.
Island coming up again.
The people have made us proud today.
Oh, you know what? God willing, they'll be here. A lot joining along the baby came on at George Square.
Oh, did he? Good. Aye, just take your time, there's no rush.
No. Did you record now?
Aye, I'm live.
Oh, are you?
Aye. Oh, don't worry about that, I'm the world's worst. I'm trying to refrain the day.
You take care.
You too. I'm going to drop back and see who else I can carry. I'll see you after. Take care. Really nice people. Everybody's nice. Right, I got my brolly out and the rain's came to nothing. Hiya, I like your hat. Oh, you're right. I didn't. You're right, Colin. Can you do me a wee favour, Colin? See the back of my vest? Bring it round to my other arm. Bring it round to my arm.
It's David by the way. David, Colin.
Why the fuck did I call you Colin?
I'm wondering myself.
I know
what were you up to the weekend? What were you up to last weekend?
Working. See you right, Paul.
Good to see you.
I seen one earlier on
She's
there.
around up. She came down last night with Fiona.
Oh, right, aye.
I caught the bus through.
Did you?
And I just told them I was at George Square.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't do a full one, you know what I mean?
It's a long walk today, I
Aye,
think.
aye.
Paul, can you give me my vest? That's my vest now.
The best.
Aye. Need help getting dressed.
I know.
Thanks
I've
very
been
much,
there.
Paul. I'm going to dive into a shop to get... Oh, you're right, Jim. I'm glad you made it.
Oh, aye. Aye, Jackie's here and all.
Has she been good? Has she been alright?
Aye, I've been
Good, I'm good. You're a clever girl. She get water in that because I'm going to lie underneath her. Are you alright?
Hey, nice to see you. How you doing?
I'm fine, yourself?
Alright, huh?
Good. I'm looking for a shop. I'm going in. I need to go and get a drink. Thirsty. No, I'm having an event that day. I didn't realise. Are you going?
Yeah.
Have a great time. I'm sure it'll be brilliant. It always is.
Yeah.
It's great that somebody from another country's putting events on and supporting us. And I thought I checked all the events. There was nothing on. And then so that's it. Put it into the payment. I was like, oh fuck. I forgot.
I've seen it in Miss Millen's house.
Aye,
It's put me up, so it's really good. It's good to see him live.
Aye.
For real, you know what I mean?
And it's good he's doing that as well. He's a good guy, really. I'm looking for a wee RS call or something. A lot of folks are in there. But the sense of bring a lot of people, pick them up for them. It took me ages to get to the back. Right. Hopefully I'll see a wee shop. Do you want a drink or anything? Right, no bother. I'll catch up with you, Colin. Yeah, I should have went into Greg, but I was speaking in case it was you. Hi, John!
How was it? Wendy, how you
Good to
doing?
see you. I hope that's not heavy.
No, that's light. That's my real light one.
That's like good. You can set your coronation! I like to hear. Beautiful dog.
Wendy?
Oh, sorry, I didn't ken it was you. I should have known.
I have a question for you, because you're an organiser of this
Uh-huh.
stuff. Any chance for shout-out over the tannoy for a photo opportunity
Go
of
for
all
it
the
just
indie
now.
dogs? When we get to Glasgow Green, get all the dogs together.
We'll get. Oh, sorry, I'm really sorry. I'll go and round
I think that
everybody
would be
up.
a laugh.
That'd be really cool because I love seeing all the dogs.
And maybe just in order, in honour of Sheridan.
Aye, I know. Poor boy, yeah. I was saying in my live stream earlier, I think I talked to more dogs than I did people. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, this is more ag.
Is this your partner?
No, this is a bit of a strange one. We both tried to get on the underground in St Enoch's, and they wouldn't let dogs on.
Oh, because somebody else, Donna, was the same. She's got her obsession with
We
her.
ended up sharing a cab.
That's what they
No,
done.
Muriel's just gone to see a friend. She had a fall about 9 weeks ago.
Oh, God's sake.
She's struggling a bit with walking the distance.
That's a shame. She wouldn't have done
Plus,
that.
she's not
Take
that.
me under his wing. It's my first time.
Well, are you enjoying it?
Yes,
Good. I'm going to go up to that shop and get a drink. See you later. Right, I hope you don't mind me getting into this shop. I need to get a drink. Oh, do you work in here? You get juice? Can I get a can of Fanta, please? Sorry for this, folks.
It's the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championship.
Hey, sorry, can you make a bottle?
Get your tickets at cyclingworldchamp.com.
Thanks very much. You're live on Facebook, by the way. I just had to get in and get a drink.
I feel like money saving, chicken dinner craving, zero misgiving, bigger.
Thanks very much. Thank you, take care. Here we go. Went and get a wee drink of Fanta. Now to try and get somebody to open it for me. Excuse me, see if I hold your can, can you open that for me, please? Thank you.
Fanta cup.
There you go.
Thanks very much, that's brilliant.
No worries.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers. See you later. Oh God, I need to eat that. I should have got sweeties for the ancient. I do like to get them in the off-suit and stuff. Sorry. No!
What do we want? Independent.
When do we want that?
No.
Sorry. Can I get my lid on right? Put back to the band.
Exactly.
You can stick the coronation up your arse! What? Is there a chart? What?
You can't do.
Oh, too late, it's already been through all the marks.
I know.
Not just for me.
Just get a little bit.
That's the first time I've been censored, and it's the first time I've listened. But I'll wait till he's out here in front and I'll go at the back and do it.
No problem. I'll come with you.
I know. You think I was a troublemaker? on, nearly there. You can do it. If you want. You missed me falling earlier. I landed right in my bum.
No! Independence! No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! Freedom! Yes!
What you done to get my face all screwed up?
Again?
Oh God.
All these times that you have to spell.
I know.
And I missed it.
Good. Must be going earlier. My boss is a bit
Sorry, I was just instantly.
Aye man, as soon as I landed I was back up, thanks for that.
I know, it was like boom, boom.
Yes, bikers. We'll get a hold of them. Hear the thunder. Feel it roar. We'll go and get them all. And then I'll get the markers to come in, okay? Just go and see the yes bikers now. God, I have a feeling my zip's in, I hope it is. the important stuff.
10,000.
Aye.
Quite good. 5,000, 10,000.
Oh, aye, hopefully that's the start. Because you need to get back out. You all need to get out. Every person. I'm sick of this. The next match I want to do is a celebration match.
For independence.
Aye, Did you order? No, and see something. That folk are saying, oh, he had to do it. No, he didn't. He could have set a precedent and he said, no, you're not getting this thing and I'm not coming. But no, he just went along with it. We need drastic change.
What do we want?
Independence!
When do we want you?
No!
What do we want?
Independence!
When do we want you?
No!
What do we want?
Independence!
When do we want you?
No!
What do we want?
Independence!
When do we want you?
No!
See the stalls? Fucking brilliant. Looking drawing it. Stage and the rally site we've got.
Oh, no. Is he getting hassled about
Young and young.
That was nearly number 2 today. I know, I'm sorry. I put my butt cheek, cannot
Stop.
Could have been worse, could have been
my tailbone. You'd have heard me scream. You knackered Mercury in the banner.
I'm alright.
Because it's hard going, isn't it?
I've just fought.
Have you? See when it's windy and rainy, it's really off. See the giant flags carrying them? Oh my god. Aye. Arms like Popeye when you get home. Aye. Uh-huh.
You're going to turn right at the stall. What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No! What do we want? Independence! When do we want it? No!
Right, so I'm just going to get everybody coming into the park. Sorry, that's my face. Looking really good, by the way. Stage is looking really good. If you see anybody you know, tag them. Please like and share. I need to get set up with my tripod. Oh, there's a rain. It's all different groups raising money for all different things, so ken like they'll just say pipes and drums for kit.
I just thought it'd be all the separate political parties.
No,
that's all I've had so far. It's like 4 different movements handing me leaflets. It's like we should all be part of the same thing. You know what I mean?
Well, there's an event going on in Carlton Hill today, and I think that's terrible. They should be here.
They should all be here. It's like they've done it deliberately for political reasons.
That's staying in Edinburgh, but
horrible.
Coming up here was always the objective. I didn't care about the Carlton Hill until the day.
Well, I only found out about it last night.
It only got arranged a few weeks ago, and they done it. It was for political reasons, right? They done it.
Well, I'm not really, because I'm live streaming, I'm not really ready to get into that now, but...
we're live.
They're on Facebook. Are you on Facebook?
Aye.
They'll send me a friend request. I film all the marches.
Right.
It's McDonald Wendy, M-A-C Donald and Wendy. Be 2 W's, but you'll never fin it.
Aye, right, I'll have a look. Right, have a good day.
If you're watching Indie Live later, you'll hear me saying it to you. I'll see you after. Take care. Have a lovely day. Now, I need to find Mike, because he has got my tripod in his car. That was good. That was really good. Look at them all coming in. No, you're absolutely fine. Good numbers there.
I was staggering there, sir.
Oh, there's Mike over there. That's who I'm looking for. You alright, Mike?
Yeah.
Where's your car? Where's your car?
You don't need to. You want your tripod?
Have you got it there? Well done. Can I'll help you. And that wee stool, Mike. I'll bend it and pick it up. Alright, thanks, Mike. Right, I'm just going to go and get set up, right? You folks, just bear with me for a wee minute, please. Till we get to the stage. Oh, geez, what a quick look round the stalls. Right, just have a quick look round the stalls, right? Stages look magnificent, by the way. Looking really great. Right, my hands are a bit further than me, so I'm really sorry for the crap cutting my work. Tripod's covering my screen. Right, where am I going to set up?
Looks like a big match, people. We'll wait until we get Mace found into the body of the Kirk before we start.
Excuse me, can you just hold that for a wee minute? Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much. No problem. Get your face. There you go. Right, I'm just changing over, hopefully this goes smooth.
Great stuff, Miss Alba. We're going to get another in.
That was awful. Got a fair butt cheek there.
Could have been worse.
I know it could have. tablet stand's a wee bit kind of wonky. Hopefully that's okay for you. Hope you've enjoyed the live stream so far.
How are you, honey? I saw you in the morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah. Alex coming up here. I think Alex last year with me, you know, here in Glasgow. Then I go with him. He's coming today. Yeah. He's coming. No. Alex, me and my friend. No. I tell you know the other guys. Sometimes you know I take with me anyone, you know, but definitely you know.
Get other people involved.
No, involved and plus you know, they're very much you know about 7 hours to come back. You know, 8 hours.
I wish you did come back.
Yeah, I'll come 4 o'clock.
I'll have the claymore ready. Good number, so it was. Red Cumber.
Yeah, about 3,000 I think.
Well, music sales about 10,000. But I've obviously picked up more, you know, for the mark.
It's big turnout, you know, even 10,000 is a big turnout, you know. Otherwise, some people sitting in the, watching the TV, you know, the coronation, you know. But I'm not there, you know.
Couldn't be bothered. Imagine singing God Save a Man that doesn't give a toss about it costing 120 million over for the coronation. People are starving.
Yes, too much.
Still raining. I'll turn my camera in for you, okay? Hi, Sean. Hey, Sean. What's that now? John Robertson. Hiya, John. John Taylor. Steph. George. Jerry. Do you need a seat?
No, I'm going to take this off. You got a pint though?
Aye, I've got Fanta. You're getting live stream stripping.
Oh, sorry.
It's alright.
Can you collect them?
Right, you can sit them there if you want and I'll hand them in.
If you want to come in the media pen, you can.
Oh, cool then, I will. Thank you.
You have to be quick though, because the BBC's setting up.
Alright. We talked to our cover for it. I'll say, right? We're just sitting over there on the grass. Right. Glass and wheelchair. Right, I'll go and... Oh, I seen her. Aye. Right, I'll get it shouted out. Can you... Sorry. Billy, can you grab that? Thanks, Billy.
See if I haven't removed your tripod.
I know.
I am absolutely giving up again. I'll wait till the Rangers are free, man.
We're just going to wait for another 5 minutes, folks. The march is still coming in. Conservative estimates are saying 15,000. Looks a lot bigger to me. It's certainly going to be the biggest independence march since the outbreak of COVID. By the way, I've got a phone here with Soul Tire covered.
if it's no his.
It's a woman's.
Alright folks, I'd just like to welcome you all to Glasgow Green, but we're going to wait another 5 minutes because, as I say, the march is still coming in. It's delayed for the best of reasons.
Can I just get past you? Okay. Thanks, guys.
They're moving behind you. I'll move it behind you. Anything to do help, that's fine.
If people need the toilet before the speeches start, there's actually toilets to the left of the stage, to my left.
I'll stand behind you here, right?
Yeah, jump up.
Don't worry about it, not that. Yeah, but it's just the person
Don't know what it is.
so I'm not bothered, I don't want to give it away.
No, do that way where he stays. He's be up to the car and keep going.
Cadine Grant, please come to the stage. Cadine Grant of Sith.
Might be like that over the barrier though, but at least it can be 16
I'm not getting into this lady because otherwise she would just
Just trying to hope this gap stays open.
Yeah, no more bad need for God's sake. Oh,
Yeah, I kind of was in and out of it, photographing and being part of it. I actually came to do anti-monarchy, I didn't realise that.
Cadine Grant, come to the stage, please.
Yeah. We're all on the same page with it anyway. Yes. Like, whatever I did today, I was going to have a band. I'm good, I've had some people take there. I can get a quick one, it does look yeah. No, the way I would have done it is that the not my kick
Right there, I'd just like to introduce Ian Grant from the Scottish Independence Foundation. He just wants to make a short statement.
Hello. I promise you I'm not going to make a speech. I'm only going to take about 30 seconds to 60 seconds. But I'm from the Scottish Independence Foundation, and we support this march and much else besides in Scotland. But you know, you can imagine, you may think a march doesn't cost anything, but you think of the staging, you think of the PA system, you've got to pay for loos, which are expensive, and now what happens is that we supply the cash for the marches. Plus, as I say, we give to Believe in Scotland, we give to Commonweal, and lots of other groups as well. Now, many of you here are probably, or a few of you are probably subscribers to SIF. But if you're not, you can come over to our wee stall in the corner there beside the food stall and perhaps sign up or give us a wee bit of cash. Now, I think that's basically all I've got to say. But if we're going to compete with the Unionists, we've got to dig in our pockets a wee bit and keep this and get amazing events like this today. I mean, they're still coming in. You can see them still coming into the park. Anyway, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think the estimate on the size of the march is actually going up by the minute. Still coming in. Certainly 20,000. What? Does look like that to me. Did Kevin Gore come to the stage? The march is still coming in, so I think what we should do is get the ball rolling with a bit of music. And we've got Kevin Gore, an international performing star and a staunch indie activist and singer. He's basically back from Prague, where he was starring along with Bobby Nicholson at the Prague Fringe Festival. And he's basically a performance star from Prague to Prestonfield. So without further ado, I'll introduce the Scottish indie movement's very own Kevin Gore.
Thank you very much. So who said that the independence movement was dead, eh? These right-wing commentators.
The Yin said it.
Jackie Bailey!
Right, we'll do 3 or 4 songs for you. First of all, I'm going to do a song about a friend of mine, a huge loss to Edinburgh. He passed away last month. And he put Scotland on the flag back in the 70s. He used to fight all over the world. And he used to wear the Buchanan tartan shorts. Same tartan as this. There's a huge loss to the Leith community and to Edinburgh. A man called Ken Buchanan. So I wrote this song. I wrote this song to go towards getting a statue made for the great man. And thankfully, just before he passed away, he was at the unveiling of the statue, which all the proceeds came from the Edinburgh community and far and wide. And this song went towards a charity to help raise money. All the proceeds went to help raise money for the statue for the great man. It's called The Edinburgh Man, Ken Buchanan. Junction, corner of the walk, spite a well-keen face I had the pleasure to have talked.
shelling in the meter.
Shake your coronation, shake your coronation up your arse. Shake your coronation.
Glad you well. Well, I'm kind of stuck talking at the moment.
Are you guys filming the speeches, yeah?
Yeah, we are live. I haven't seen a bed in over 2 hours now.
You're going to get title how
very frank.
close up to the speakers, yeah? Yeah, that's what just.
No, you get the cranky.
I mean, with how cold it was at 3 o'clock this morning, I couldn't stand by it.
That was time you get out of Johannes. That was time you get out of Johannes.
No, that was in Edinburgh.
Oh, was that Edinburgh, right?
Yeah. I only got in here about 6 a.m.
What did it cost you? What did it year?
Not that much, but I work for a bus company, so I get free travel.
I'm right up on the stage.
Yeah, the march is still coming in, by the way.
Wow. No, I'm standing up. You're getting tight back to play. I'm right in front of the stage. I'm going to ask Fiona in a minute.
So, Albert, could maybe...
You get up here quick. Oh, I'm embarrassed myself, embarrass you. Bye. whip round for a shilling for a metre.
Yeah, if so Alba could maybe give us another tune, that would be good. Maybe Alba! Give us a tune!
Get up, tight by guys. One nation, one movement. We'll have our sovereignty. We'll have our freedom. Your least is moving not to get rid of us.
Hello. Stunning yapping, I'm like, Christ, I better move. That's Alex here. Maybe it's just no use to up in that big. It's alright. Aye. You need to go and get your silver crowns. You need to go and get your silver crowns. We're all going to take part in something when Sarah's up. Get your declarations. I said, we better go. Ask somebody that's fit to go and get you. Nice to meet you. Hello. Hiya. You enjoyed it so far?
Except for the
Scotland.
Except for
The country's eyes.
Megaphone!
Go to the salvo stall at the very end. Get two of them, and when Sarah's on, you're going to recite something with her. So get your crowns. Billy, do you want under my brolly? Oh, now one come under. With your cameras.
See, up there here, sitting in his water, makes me laugh.
You grabbed it a wee bottom. Although it's sore because I fell on it earlier. As soon as I went down, Neil picked me straight back up there.
Seen David Maitland there?
Aye, I've seen them.
I was just saying, are they actually going to try and assault the megaphone on the stage?
March is still coming in, by the way.
Yay!
Doesn't seem to be any end to it at all.
You walked in backwards coming here.
I walked backwards halfway. You've got a cable, Jim.
Cable.
A charging cable. I slept in this morning, forgot a few things.
Who were you?
Right. He was coming at 9 o'clock.
Mike's number.
I know, his cable just looked at me. Already tried that. Bobby, you know Bobby that's come into the shop? Yes, he's got a cable. Aye, but I don't know where he is.
I'll get his number.
Yeah. Even if you just ask him to come to the stage. Aye, thanks,
We're still experiencing a few technical difficulties here. Just ask you for a wee bit more patience. Hopefully it'll be done and dusted shortly.
That's terrible, I can't remember. Remember and share the live stream, folks. That's doing my nut, and I can't remember his second name.
Erskine, isn't it?
Erskine, that's it.
That's a photography, so
Come get your
It
crown.
starts to soar over.
When Sarah comes up,
The
we're
march
going to
seems
be
to be coming to an end now.
something with her.
I mean, I'm an Arbroath supporter, so any crowds above 2,000 I have a bit of difficulty in estimating. But certainly it's got to be 20,000 plus. Definitely. I'd just like to welcome everybody here. Can you hear me at the back?
Don't need it anymore, so we have to go.
Well, I'll do the best I can. I've never been caught quiet in my life, but I'm not quite that loud. But again, a typical Glasgow day, the rain's coming down.
What rain?
if someone wants to talk, we've got some.
Well, I'd just like to welcome everybody here. Can you hear me at the back now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Oh, it's better, is it? Well, we're certainly looking at a march here around 20,000. The largest march since the outbreak of COVID in the independence movement. To every single person in
Denise, what I say? I'm going to go back in there in a minute, seeing if the sound is going to work. Worried. alright. So good that Alex is here.
Can you hear me at the back now? We're back on! The Unionist Royalist gremlins cannot stop us! We are a force and we are back with a vengeance!
You seen John? Is John here? You know. Thanks for trying anyway.
Just wait for Kevin to tune up here. Again, I'd just like to welcome everybody. It's a real privilege. My name's Tony Cox. I'm from the Red Republic of Dundee, the Red Yes City, the leading independent city. We're working class that's fundamentally committed to independence. It was in 2014 and it is now. And it's always a pleasure to come through to Glasgow, and it's always a privilege to serve all under one banner in any capacity. All under one banner does what it says on the tin. It tends to bring the different tribes of the independence movement together, to unify. That must be the fundamental message we take from this demonstration today. Unity. And the demand for independence. Not in the future, now. By any means necessary. It's always a pleasure to come through to Glasgow. But, you know, knowing weather like this, I think the last time I spoke at a demonstration in Glasgow was very much like this. But the last time we actually had a demonstration all under one banner was through in Edinburgh. I think it was October at the end of last year. And think of the amount of water and blood that's been under the bridge since then. Scotland has fundamentally changed as a country in that time. We now see that the Unionist forces, all that they can offer us is dust and ashes. Dust and ashes. That is all they can offer us. If we do not take independence in our own hands, there'll be nothing worth saving in this country. They're turning us into a commodity colony. We have never been more of a colony of Westminster since the 17th century. Well, that's got to end, and it ends here. This demonstration of independent strength should be a clarion call to all independence activists throughout Scotland. The need for unity has never been greater. And we have ALBA representatives here today, we have SNP representatives here today, we have people from all walks of life here today. With one message: we need independence. Our people are crying out for it. Our communities are crying out for it. And let's get this straight. The independence that we want is a fairer Scotland. It's not just a question of putting a salt tire above the Holyrood. It's a question of actually changing Scotland. To use the riches of Scotland to enable the people of Scotland to realise their genius. We were the country that gifted the world the Scottish Enlightenment. And now they say that we can't even run our own affairs. We have been gaslit. We have been gaslit with the mother of all historical gaslighting. They're turning us into wee pair creators. Well, we are no wee pair creators. We are Jock Thompson's barons. We should never forget that. I'll hand back over to Kevin.
Sorry about that.
Feels like I was here about half an hour ago. There's a song called Independence Day. just dreaming of a country that distributes its wealth. Uncharted people have opportunity, break the chains of free themselves out from the traps of poverty. Independence Day, Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. And I know I'm fortunate, I know well off I am, compared to those in Syria and in Palestine. Just dreaming of a country one day we'll be free to determine our own future and our people's destiny. Independence Day, Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. Glasgow green today, still my yes by John. Stranger, he approached me to tell me I was wrong. He said I was a dreamer, and I let him have his say. I say yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of Independence Day. Thank you very much. Back in 2014, the day after the referendum, there's a couple of very, very brave young women who stood in Mandela Square, Freedom Square as we call it, and a fascist horde turned up, very violent, and they were kicking and punching and spitting on everyone in that square who had a saltire flag. These young women refused to move. A couple of young women called the Johnson sisters. Wrote a wee song about them in their honour. A wee song called the Johnson sisters. Well, the mob came down to Glasgow town. Mandela, Freedom Square, where a fascist chants and racist rants, hatred was in the air. Well, the old John Bull with the pride and rule had primed that mob with hate, with their ignorance and indifference. They were shown to take the bait, but bold and stay face against the violent mass. John says, and held aloft the St. Andrew's cross, a flag of nationhood. He did not flinch, don't give an inch to the mob. They showed no fear, but stood their ground and cried out loud, hey, the saltire remains here. Well, the mob, they attacked and they kicked and they punched and they spat, and all those who disagreed or had campaigns through peaceful gain for a country to be free. Every time you hold their numbers soared and soiled the Scottish air, but could not disband these sisters in arms of driving from the square. For bold and stay face against the violent mass. John says, held aloft the St. Andrew's cross.
bouncing here, by the way.
Right folks, thanks very much for having me, and sorry about the rain and all that. Hey, take care, all the best, thank you.
I'd like to cut that a wee bit short, which is a pity, because it's always a pleasure to listen to Kevin. But, you know, the elements are with us, and without further ado, I'd like to actually introduce our first speaker of today. She needs the introduction for me, and you know, here to hear me, so I'm going to introduce Ash Reagan. Who came very, very close to becoming the leader of the SNP.
On your sellers!
Where's Hunter?
In England, begging at his masters.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Scots, friends, family, I stand in front of you today not as a politician, but as a proud Scot who believes in the potential of our great nation. As we gather in Glasgow today in this good Scottish weather, our unwavering belief in the necessity of Scottish independence unites us all. And I am humbled to be part of this historic moment. And I want to speak to you today about the path we must forge with determination, unity and integrity. At this point, there are those who would divide our movement, who would allow petty differences and personal ambition to overshadow our collective goals. But as champions of independence, it's our responsibility to rise above these challenges and demonstrate our commitment to the people of Scotland who have placed their trust in us. Now is not the time for division, for distraction, and instead we must unite, unity and focus. The Scottish National Party, once a beacon of hope, is facing turmoil. And whilst we acknowledge the contributions of former leadership, we must learn from the mistakes made and address these issues with justice, compassion and reconciliation. The time has come for a fresh start, grounded in integrity, unity and an unwavering commitment to our cause and our people. I refuse to compromise on matters of principle or shy away for standing up what is right, no matter what the personal or the professional cost might be. And integrity is paramount. And we must uphold this virtue in ourselves and collectively as a movement. And an independent Scotland can only be built on a foundation of integrity. We all knew that the journey to independence would not be easy. But this is a journey we must embark on together. We must unite across the independence movement. Both within the SNP and the other pro-independence parties to achieve the Scotland that we need and we deserve. The time for reconciliation within our movement is now. We must come together, learn the mistakes from the past, embracing those who have warned of misdeeds by some in our movement. But equally important, forgiving those who have been deceived by lies and misguided longer than we may have been. Let us all remember, those who travel alone travel fastest, but in the company of friends, together, we travel furthest. As we forge ahead,
let us remember the importance of integrity, sincerity, and cooperation in our leadership and in our movement. And through that mutual respect, that understanding and that trust, we can build a brighter future for Scotland, united in the pursuit of independence. And by doing that, we will strengthen this movement. We will recommit to our shared goals, and we will create a free and an independent Scotland where our minds, our hearts and our hands are united in creating that thriving nation. We will be the newest, oldest country in the world. And the world will rejoice in welcoming us back to national statehood. And in the words of our national poet, Robbie Burns, now's the day and now is the hour. Let this be the turning point in our journey to independence. A new dawn for Scotland, where unity, integrity and determination guide our path to a brighter future. Thank you.
What an opener. We've got some great speakers, so I'm not wanting to hang about here, but before I actually introduce the next speaker, I'd like to ask if anybody is actually going back to Bathgate. There's an old boy that's in a bad way, he's needing a lift at the end of the demo, and if anybody can actually give him a lift, see the stewards behind the stage, there's a wee tent behind the stage. Now, I'll go straight on to the next speaker. She needs no introduction for me. I'm sure she wouldn't mind me calling her a veteran of the independence movement, the inestimable and the formidable Leslie Riddoch.
Well, thank you. Hello, yes sirs. Are you totally drookit? It could be worse. You could be watching the telly. And that comes to be Christian there. There are worse things to be doing with your time today, much worse things than being here. Where are we? Glasgow is the largest city in and Scotland is the country that gets you walking through the rain like this. It's also home. Who here comes from this country? Who here had the misfortune to be born in Wolverhampton? But it's still home. Who here is from an EU country, Ukraine, a country beyond Scotland that has made this country home? And if you are, you know that you're welcome, because that's how we hang. Now this all matters because we're here today to celebrate the return of independence to the streets. We're here today to say that we have a shape as a set of people, and it is a social democracy. We are stuck in a conservative state, and we can't thrive like this because that's not who we are. And who we are is also not connected to any of the hangers-on, the snobbery, the elitism, the capture of our land, the dukes, the barons, the lords, the ladies, the corrupt House of Lords, the largest unelected assembly outside China. That is not who we are. And who we are is actually very similar to who our neighbours are. A wee quiz for you. In the 27 countries of the EU, how many of them have a big fancy coronation ceremony like what there will be today? How many? None. That is how weird what is happening down the road is. Weird. There are 21 republics of the 27 EU states. That's who we are. Amongst the 6 who have got monarchs, they don't have these ceremonies. The majority of them get the monarch to come to their parliament, you know, elected democratically, that old one, right? And they swear allegiance to the parliament. Now, this is why then is Britain so different? Because that's what it has to be. The mystique, the mystery, the braid, the medals, the gongs, the archaic nonsense, the weird hopping on one leg. It's all Britain has. And it's fine. We're not here to provide free entertainment for the rest of the world. It's fine for them to look in and think, wow, this is amazing. We have nothing like this in our country. It's like watching upstairs, downstairs. The point is, they don't have to live in it. We do. And we're not having it. It's not who we are. Now, there's another wee thing about this, about the weirdness. You might look around the world and see that there are still 15 Commonwealth realms that have the King or the Queen as their head of state. Why is that? Because they spent Barbados 2021 declared itself a republic. Yes. How long did it take Barbados, tiny a Barbados, to unweave the constitutional network that British officials had placed within their written constitution when they were allowed to be free in 1966? It took them 40 years. That is how thick the constitutional mesh is, and that is what's keeping these guys with kings and queens as their head of state from a distant country like here. So the next country to go will be Jamaica. They'll go in 2025. But what have they got in their constitution? The British placed a requirement that they need a 2/3 vote to be able to abolish the monarchy. So let's just say they're cute, right? We're not the only people who are finding it extremely hard to have a straightforward expression of our democratic will. But they will do it. And after them, the tiny Bahamas. So things are on the move. The world's on the move. This kind of cravenness, this doffing your cap, this crawling, all this stuff is part of a world that is gone. Britain will never catch up because it cannot let go of that imperial past. It's all it can see. We can see everything else. We can see all the possibilities for ourselves. We can see the possibility that we will be an independent country alongside a reunited Ireland, alongside an independent Wales, and alongside an independent England. And not only will we be in that fabulous situation, an independent country in a new revamped Council of the Isles, we will also be in the Nordic Council, because that's who we are as well. We are a North Atlantic social democratic state in the making, in the waiting. And we've waited long enough. So that's what this is all about. And the bard was quoted earlier. There's a different verse that comes to me from A Man's a Man, which is looking at, you see yon birkie called a lord, wha struts and stares and all that. Though hundreds worship at his word, he's but a coof for all that. For all that and all that, his ribbon star and all that. The folk o' independent mind, they look and laugh at all that. Thank you.
Excellent. There's nowhere I'd rather be today, even we are this rain. Apparently there's something happening down in London, some wee event. doesn't really, apply to us really. I'd just like to reiterate the request for somebody to actually give this old boy behind the stage a lift back to Bathgate. Stewards have asked me to do that. Now, our next speaker again requires an introduction for me. I remember at the height of the attacks on him, he stood up and he says, "You've no seen the last of the bonnets in me." And you see that Alex Salmond is back, and he's back with a bang.
Well, friends, I'm gonna start with a test of loyalty. Who here would rather be undercover in Westminster Abbey? Who here would rather be in the rain in Glasgow Green? Well, that's settled then. It is, of course, a tale of two cities, is it not? In London, the subjects are required to swear an oath of allegiance to the crown. In Scotland, in Glasgow, the citizens choose to swear an oath of loyalty to Scotland. It's said that understand that the homage of the people is now to be said silently, which will stop people having to swear at their television sets. Well, in Glasgow, our declaration for Scotland will be loud and proud. Now, countries can move backwards and they can move forwards. In medieval Scotland, the king had to take an oath of allegiance to the people, to the community of the realm. In 21st century England, they think the people should take an oath of allegiance to the king. That's the country moving backwards. But Scotland from 1997 was moving forwards. We established a parliament, we established social change for the better. We made progress towards independence. But that, fellow citizens, has come to a halt. We are now in a situation where qualified Scots can't get in to university, where our proud universal health service has people going overseas to pay because they can't wait and suffer in pain. Where in the energy capital of Europe, folk can't afford to turn on their heating. That is the reality of Scotland today. And on the constitutional question, it's turned from being "now is not the time" to a polite no to get stuffed. That's the reality of Scotland today. And therefore, what is to be done? Well, look around. Look around you now. Look at the march we've seen had. The greatest march in Scotland since COVID. One of the greatest marches in Scotland ever. The strongest political force in Scotland is the national movement. In ancient times, the city of Sparta had no walls. They didn't need them. The people were the walls of Sparta.
Thank you.
Well, you are the walls of Scotland. You are Scotland's defenders. You are Scotland's protectors. And you will ensure progress for our country. So the national movement, the most powerful movement in Scotland, has to declare itself independent from any political party. It has to do the thinking. It has to do the preparation, the policy work, the international lobbying, the activism that we see today. And it's got to prepare ourselves and the people for a world where we approach our objective, where we'll take dedicated democratic action to wrest our independence from Westminster. And that national movement has to require something of political parties. Next year at the general election, the political parties who believe in independence should stand all under one banner. With a single first paragraph in every manifesto which says we are seeking a mandate to negotiate independence for Scotland.
And secondly, we have to make sure that our voice today from this, the most powerful movement in Scotland, is heard loud and clear. That we want our independence, and we want it now. So what do we want? When do we want it? I think other people in Glasgow are going to have to hear it. So what do we want? When do we want it? One more time for the benefit of those in Westminster Abbey. What do we want? When do we want it?
Brilliant. It's been a while for too long. Brilliant to see him back. Now we're going to hear a wee short musical interlude now, and you've got in for a rare treat. We've got some great speakers coming up, so hope you hang on. We've got Joanne Cherry, a Bonnie Fechter, if ever there was one, for the independence movement, and we've got Craig Murray. We owe a debt of gratitude to Craig Murray for the work that he has done. But before we get there, we've got the Kymatics, who are a folk roots band for Aberdeen. Now, I've never heard of them before, so I googled them and listened to them last night. I'm telling you, you're in for a right treat. And I was listening to their sound check. They are very, very good. I was asking the lead singer there if Kymatics, if the word Kai's got anything to do with coos. But apparently it's no, and I thought, well, that's probably just as well, because if it was Aberdeen, it should have been really about sheep. But anyway, I'll hand over to the Kymatics. You're in for a real treat here, folks.
Denise! Denise!
Denise!
Go more!
Just to say hi. You're right.
Wendy! What shot have you got?
What?
What shot have you got?
Sort of what?
The stage. Have you got a wide shot of the stage?
I kind of zoomed in. I'll turn it up and show you. Hang on.
Cool, okay.
One, two.
Hello, Scotland! I didn't hear you. Hello, Scotland! This tune's called Jock's Lament. Get your marching feet on! tune's called Rise Up. It's exactly what we've done today.
Thanks for staying out in the rain, folks. Good Scottish weather. I got nowhere else to go.
We've lost some vocals here. So come on, just keep it going.
Stomp your feet, it keeps you warmer. Unless you're in a puddle.
Come on everyone, get marching. Keep warm. So can you all get your flags in the air? Everyone get your flags in the air!
Wonderful. you, folks.
Yeah! This next song we need your help with. We're sure you'll all know the words. But also, before we finish up, we're just gonna do a little jig, okay? We're gonna see if we can get the biggest jig going in Scotland. So halfway through this song, we're gonna link arms and we're gonna spin each other around as fast as we can, okay? And I'm coming down over that fence there. I'm joining you, okay? So you better be ready for me.
tell you they were good.
Sorry! The Bushmaster!
Just gonna. That was superb, was it no? Tell you they were good. Might not hand to Davy sheep or coos, but there you go. The next speaker, we're going to go straight on her. It's a pleasure and a privilege to introduce Anne Mullen. She's a practicing GP in Govan, one of the most deprived areas in Scotland, and she's also a founding member of Deep End, which is a group of GPs who are committed to actually campaigning within deprived communities for better healthcare outcomes. Her big thing is the idea of the well-being state. And we're going to hear off all about this well-being state for Anne Mullins. So I'd like to put your hands together for Anne Mullins.
Can you hear me? Just a quick amendment. I'm actually an out-of-hours sessional GP. I semi-retired from a practice. I'm that old. Anyway, great to be here. Thank you for letting me speak about Scotland's NHS and its future in independent Scotland. I'm a doctor, I've worked in the NHS for 35 years, training initially in hospitals but spending most of my career in general practice. Today I'm speaking on behalf of NHS for Yes, and you can find us on Facebook. Please join us. The NHS, just to remind us all, stands for Universal, Equitable, sorry it's a bit of a mouthful, comprehensive, high-quality healthcare, free at the point of delivery, and its values are relevant today as they were in its inception over 70 years ago. So now let's consider the NHS in Scotland under the current arrangement within the UK. The outsourcing of NHS to private companies has accelerated over the last 10 years, with two core pieces of legislation introduced in England: the Health and Social Care Bill 2012 and the Health and Care Act 2022, which means that the NHS will be a mere shell of its former self. Scotland will not be able to escape that, no matter how much we stick our heads in the sand. And its main function will be to dole out contracts to favoured partners. Professor Alison Pollock has written extensively on this subject and asserts that the NHS will be reduced to a public funding stream and a logo. And you could all ask yourself, so what? Doesn't a private component give better outcomes? And isn't the NHS unaffordable anyway? And the answer, of course, to both of these questions is a resounding no. Evidence published in the leading medical journal The Lancet suggests that private sector outsourcing corresponds with significantly increased rates of treatable mortality. Thank you. It also impacts on the clinician-patient relationship, which is crucial to continuity of care, and also the goodwill within the health service, but rarely factored into the value of the health service. Every Doctor UK campaign group advocates that shareholders shouldn't be part of our public healthcare conversations, and private companies should not be skimming a profit from the NHS. Outsourcing also fragments the service across the country, creating a postcode lottery, where patients receive differing levels of care and access to treatment services based on their location. This is an expression of the inverse care law coined by Julian Tudor-Hart, a GP in Wales, where people who need health care are least likely to receive it. Retaining staff now is a major problem across the UK. There's over 1,400 UK trained doctors left to practice overseas. 64% of those were British nationals going to Australia and New Zealand. And 1 in 8 NHS staff have been in their current role for less than a year. There are now 130,000 vacancies across the UK, and this means that more work is carried out by agency staff or less experienced team members, and it's costly and less effective than providing adequate staffing levels and working conditions for the staff in the NHS. And money really does matter. Inflation has taken the average UK worker's real wages 2.5% below the 2009 level. I'm sure everybody knows about that. But earnings are down 13% for nurses and 24% for junior doctors. And there's a great thread on Twitter by John Byrne-Murdoch, who's a Financial Times journalist, and it's definitely worth a read. So devolved powers in Scotland can't protect the NHS if the government ideology is to dismantle the NHS and move towards an insurance-based model like the US, where over 2/3 of personal bankruptcies are due to failure to pay their medical bills. And despite the enormous costs of the healthcare system in America, Americans have a life expectancy 3 years less than that of their counterparts in the UK. So the UK government political choices reinforcing its agenda to collapse the NHS and push people who can pay to offer treatment in the private sector. And it's a far cry from the promises of 350 million of new funding in the NHS each week if we left the EU. Instead, the government slashed GDP spend on the NHS, which is now under enormous stress, and is expecting the NHS to find increased savings of 4.75 billion with no plan to achieve it. And this is all relevant to Scotland and our NHS because of the Barnett consequentials of impact on NHS funding. And Scotland already spends over 40% of its budget on healthcare. And it also puts the budget for the disastrous test and trace scheme, 37 billion, which according to the Public Accounts Committee achieved none of its aims and failed to make a measurable difference to the progress of the pandemic. And you can remember all the headlines about that missing money. And it also reflects very badly on the UK government's standards and its commitment to funding public services like the NHS, because fraud and corruption have for many years diverted billions of pounds a year from public finances to criminals, and that concluding comment was from a recent National Audit Office report. So if the UK government had focused on diverting the money to where it should have been spent, then that 37 billion could well have refunded the NHS across the UK and addressed some of the pay issues that have pushed nurses and junior doctors to strike in England, and junior doctors are now voted to strike in Scotland too. And imagine that slogan on the side of a bus. So you really can't pick and mix the ideological commitment to the NHS. You're either all in or you're not. And you can't expect a devolved healthcare system like Scotland's to fully contribute to a wellbeing economy without devolving all other responsibilities and powers that impact on the social determinants of health. And in short, this means an autonomous and independent Scotland. As the late great Jimmy Reid said in his electoral address to Glasgow University over 50 years ago as he became rector, and it still rings true, government by the people, for the people, becomes meaningless unless it includes major economic decision making by the people, for the people. This is not simply an economic matter. In essence, it is an ethical and moral question, for whoever takes the most important economic decisions in society determines the social priorities of that society. So tonight, when you go home, forget Netflix or sports scene, and I'm sorry, I'm not a football fan, go to YouTube and watch the great NHS heist. There are now many credible sources of information about the NHS sell-off. Every Doctor UK, We Own It, Keeper is public, they're all campaigning groups. Byline Times, The National, iScot magazine are all worth reading. They all have a social media presence. You can all access that information very easily. Despite all of this, the doom and gloom, Tavis, things are better in Scotland, a phrase coined by the financial journalist Paul Lewis, and we really must hold on to that as we move forward. He lists several benefits that are higher paid or only available in Scotland, including best start payments in pregnancy and for preschool children, and free prescription charges. In England, most people under 60 pay £9.35 an item. These all benefit our good health. These are some of the examples of the positive political choices that the Scottish Government has made, even with limited powers. But with limited powers, we have limited choices, limited opportunity, and limited aspiration. Looking forward, one of our priorities for independent Scotland is a written constitution to rebuild the NHS and public health, as well as aligning social care with the NHS as a nationalised service. And we should be confident that we can economically achieve this. And I'm quoting from an excellent article in May, written by Jim Osborne. Taxes are not required for government spending. With our own currency and central bank, government spending decisions are financed by the central bank. So Scotland clearly needs its own currency and its own central bank, which would be an excellent move as we've been conditioned to accept being poorer, as per the comments of the chief economist of the Bank of England, who I'm sure he's talking about the we being poorer but not the he being poorer. And we're conditioned to believe that the hype about government decisions that are enriching a very few at the expense of the majority is acceptable. Lord Prem Sika in the House of Lords has said that the UK government is certainly aiming higher, higher inflation, higher corruption, higher use of food banks, higher rates of child poverty and hungry school children, and UNICEF had to step in recently to feed children, higher numbers of working poor, higher rates of energy security, higher rates of pensioners living in poverty. So just to finish, from the really cool Bob Marley, who said, "You never know how strong you are until being strong is the only choice you have." Scotland's nearing this point. Now is the time for Scotland to be strong and move from a position of learned helplessness. We must choose wisely and write our message. Now is not the time to reverse devolution. Now is the time to rev it up and take Scotland to our logical destination. Autonomy and independence, and our elected politicians to deliver that message. We must fight for the democracy that Scotland deserves. Part of that fight is an NHS in Scotland that is true to its founding principles and a democracy by the people, for the people. Thank you.
Great wee speech that. Anne Mullins keeping the tradition of radical Scottish medical professionals alive, well and kicking. The next speaker that we've got today is Mohammed Asif. Mohammed is an Afghan refugee, a political refugee who fled Afghanistan in 2000. He's made his home in Glasgow, and he is actually an activist and director of the Afghan Human Rights Council. I'd like to give a big Glasgow welcome to Mohammed Asif.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. I'm a bit loud. Thank you for coming today. Me coming here as a refugee 23 years ago, it was just like yesterday. A young man, but still very young, and have melted into the Scottish community, a proud Scots now. When I say independence, you ask me that we fought for our country in Afghanistan for many, many years. I know how it feels when you have a country. I know how it feels when you have your own identity. And I know how it feels when you call a country home. And that home was taken from us in Afghanistan, you know, in many, many different wars. But now here in Scotland, we together, I think the biggest weakness right now is the division among us. We have to come united if we want to have a future for our children and grandchildren. You will be responsible when your grandchild go to school and read your history. He will blame you or she will blame you that my grandfather did not fight enough for my country. So we have to come together and fight the imperialist policies, the policies that destroyed many, many countries around the world, brothers and sisters. You remember what happened in my country. 21 years of failed war by Britain and America and NATO. And after 23 years, you know, Boris Johnson ran away in the middle of the night, abandoned the people of Afghanistan. Brothers and sisters, when hundreds of thousands of people on the streets of Glasgow in Scotland, I remember in this park when we started marching against the illegal war in Iraq, and we were saying to the then war criminal Tony Blair that the war in Iraq was illegal, when the people of Scotland was telling Tony Blair in Bush that the war in Iraq is illegal, and the people of Scotland will not take responsibility in Iraq. But we were told that the Scots don't matter. Brothers and sisters, we need to stay united to have our future. When again the Brexit, remember, when we were saying, the Scots were saying that we want, you know, to be part of Europe, we were told that we will die of hunger. We will die of hunger. But now we know They're the people who destroyed our livelihood, our future generation. You know, the cost of living crisis, the energy crisis, the petrol crisis, the mortgage crisis, and it's you and me who are blamed, not the Tories and not in others. And they have created these crises, brothers and sisters. 1 minute, brothers, for the last time. You know, I'm a refugee, and now currently we have a racist regime led by the Tories in this country, brothers and sisters, blaming refugees for their own failure. The failure on mortgage crisis, the cost of living crisis, the energy crisis, and everything is blamed on refugees. We are called the invaders. We are called the invaders. Imagine, I tell you about an invasion when B-52 is, you know, flying on your head, killing your family and your children, you know, displacing millions of people. That is an invasion, brothers and sisters. And when we say that we welcome our brothers and sisters from Ukraine, but now if you're an Afghan and if you're a product of the illegal war, if you're an Iraqi and you're a product of the illegal war, if you're a Libyan, a Syrian or Yemeni, when you come to this country, brothers and sisters, you will be detained by the Tories and sent to Rwanda. So my appeal to everyone, brothers and sisters in this country, in this city, please come together. Fight for our future, for our children. On the 21st of May, we are going to protest, you know, in front of a hotel in Erskine, because the far right are protesting every day against the refugees. So I will ask everyone to join us on the 21st of May in Erskine to say no to the Nazi in Scotland. Scotland is a country which is welcoming, which welcomed me, my family and many, many others. God bless Scotland and long live Scotland. Thank you.
Excellent speech there from Mohammed. When we've got new Scots like that joining our ranks, how can we possibly fail? For the next speaker, I've just asked by Mike Fennick just to read out this the declaration of a sovereign Scot. For those who wish to add their signature, make their own individual declaration and have it recorded as part of an independent Scotland's history. Mike Fennick is here somewhere with a supply of forms. He's actually over at the tents. The next speaker that we've actually got on here today is Jim Cassidy. Jim Cassidy is an ex-serviceman who's involved with Airdrie for Independence, and he's also involved with Scottish trade unionists for Scottish independence. But give again a big Glasgow welcome to Jim Cassidy.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so very glad to see so many of you out here, shoulder to shoulder, with each other to show that you stand in support of an independent Scottish Republic. When the first draft, the lineup for the speakers today was posted, I was due to speak after Humza Yousaf, so I thought no pressure. So I'm sorry to see that our current First Minister hasn't fit to stand with us today. And I believe that on this issue, the professional political class which stands at the head of the independence movement in Scotland is significantly out of step with us, the people. Also not with us today are many of my trade union colleagues who are attending the Lothians Trade Union Rally in Edinburgh. They're marching to celebrate the work done by the trade unions across the world, and who have worked to give us many of the terms and conditions that we now enjoy today. Shorter working weeks, days off, paid leave, sick pay and pensions were not gifts bestowed on us by the great and the good. These are rights which had to be dragged from wealthy businessmen and women who got immeasurably rich by harnessing the efforts and the energy of people like you and people like me, the working class. But those rights are under attack. Day after day the Tories plot and plan to take away your rights. They want a minimum wage, 0-hour workforce. They want to make it easy to get rid of you without any comeback. They want a workforce who are afraid to answer them back. They want a workforce who are afraid to get sick. And they want our workforce stripped of their right to strike. And they are winning. The minimum service levels bill may have been pushed back by the House of Lords in England, but ultimately the Tory government can and will bring it back, and it will be enacted, removing the right to strike from hundreds of thousands of people across the country. And if you cannot strike, then what are you? You're a slave, that's what you are. So what can you do? Well, for starters, join a union. Gain the protection that your trade union provides and help to organise and ensure that you and your fellow workers get the pay, terms and conditions that you deserve, not what your bosses think that they can get away with giving you. And when you do join your union, get active. By linking arms with the Tories in 2014, some trade unions caused immeasurable damage to the trade union movement. So be the voice of the independence movement in your union and never let that happen again. Otherwise, the parcel of rogues in the Labour Party will speak on your behalf, and they won't be speaking in your interest. In the short term, the election of a Labour government in Westminster might provide some respite from this by reversing some legislation. But be under no illusions. The Tories will be back, and they can reverse anything that the Labour Party does. Of course, we wouldn't be in this mess if the British Nationalist Labour Party in Scotland hadn't blocked the devolution of employment legislation under the Smith Commission in 2014. But that's the small print of better together that they would rather you forget. If you take one thing away from today, it's remember this: don't fall for Labour's false promises. And that short-term answer, by the way, doesn't solve Scotland's problems. And all it does is push it a bit further down the line. Pushes independence down the line. And when the Tories return, and they will, it'll be too late. The answer to Scotland's problems will not be found by falling into line with England. It will be found by stepping out into the world ourselves and taking decisions for ourselves and accepting responsibility for the outcomes of those decisions, be they good or bad. And when we do finally take that massive step, we must start off that new chapter in Scottish history by immediately implementing the lessons that we've learned over Scotland's recent past. We must put an end to the professional political class which exists across our Parliament. It is simply unacceptable that we can have professional politicians like Murdo Fraser, who can receive rejection after rejection from the electorate and yet repeatedly end up on the public purse. 2 terms as a list MSP and you should out the door. Likewise, we must end the use of the list as a safety net for failed politicians who the public vote out of office, such as Elaine Smith of Labour, who after being voted out in Coatbridge, jumped onto the list and sat as a list MSP until she retired, taking a pension with her. That has to stop. Our politicians need a reminder that we, the people of Scotland, are sovereign, not them. Speaking of sovereigns, we don't need them either. When Betty Windsor died, we were told now is not the time to discuss the future of the monarchy. Well, behind the scenes, the ruling classes were ensuring that there was, as one commentator put it, a seamless transition of power. We live here in the Central Belt where sectarianism is still a massive problem. The R word is a divisive term which sends one side into a froth and rage, and the other side will cheer and give you a wee wink. It's time we could have a grown-up discussion about republicanism and becoming a republic. There is nothing wrong with being a republic and nothing wrong with being a Republican. The dictionary defines a republic as being a state in which the supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives, in which is an elected or nominated president rather than a monarch. And in the 21st century, shouldn't we be looking to join the other 159 republics in the world, not the 40 odd monarchies? If there's one thing that we can learn from Betty's brood, it's that their family can be every bit as dysfunctional as the next. They are nothing special, and it's high time we stop treating them as such. So get off your knees, Scotland. Stop doffing your caps and start treating the majesties, the sirs, the lords and the ladies with the contempt that they deserve. Demand independence for Scotland and down with the crown.
Amen to that. Great speech again there, Jim. We should remind the STUC that the majority of trade unionists in Scotland in 2014 voted for independence. And we'd like to see a little bit more action for the STUC on the settled will of the working class in Scotland, which is for independence. Now, Jim talked a wee bit there about republicanism. Our next speaker is Tasmania Sheikh Ahmed, the chair of the Alba Party, and somebody who describes herself as a proud Republican, a proud Scottish Republican. Give it to your hands together for Tasmania.
Well, fellow nationalists, you've seen off the rain, so the unionists should be easy for us. Now I want to start with a complaint, and it's not just about the rain, this is Glasgow, of course. But we are in the historic place of Glasgow Green. And here, the 1820 martyrs rallied the radical movement. The great John Maclean protested against imperialist wars. And here is where the suffragettes met. So my complaint is, given that we're all here at this historic place, have another event going down on in London at the same time to steal our thunder. A blatant attempt to steal our publicity, but while they've got the biased BBC covering every waking, sleeping moment of the world. Sorry about that. And here at Glasgow Green is the people who have rallied for these causes over centuries. Now, the Scottish national movement is as old as Scotland itself. And I am proud, really proud, to be a Scottish Asian woman and proud to chair the Alba Party. But I know that this movement is bigger, much, much bigger than any political party. And when Scotland is threatened and Scotland is being threatened, we unite, we rise, we fight and we win. Now last week, the Secretary of State against Scotland, Alistair Jack, he wore this fancy uniform to protect the Stone of Destiny, the symbol of our Scottish sovereignty. A bit rich coming from him, perhaps even richer than he is himself. But it was people like Jack who allowed it to be stolen from Scotland in the first place. We had a Scots phrase back then for people like Alistair. They were tomb tabards, empty coats. And the truth is, union jobs like Alistair have been stealing Scotland's assets for generations, in fact, for centuries. And now Jack's got his boots on. He said just a few days ago that the Scottish Parliament won't be allowed to prepare for independence. Well, I've got news for Alistair Jackboots. This movement can and will prepare for independence. Alistair Jack, you cannot divide Scotland because this movement will unite. You cannot crush Scotland because this movement will rise. And I started by pointing out that in 1820 the Scots who rallied here were Baird, Hardy and Wilson, the martyrs from 1820, and they marched and rallied under a banner that said, Scotland free or a desert. It's now our job, your job, this movement's job, to rally under a new banner, all under one banner, together to unite this movement and take us to victory. And that flag only now needs to say Scotland free, because Scotland will be free and Scotland wants independence now. Thank you.
Cracking speech from Tasmania there. Our next speaker, again like Tasmania, really needs no introduction for me, is Joanna Cherry, SNP MP for Edinburgh South West since 2015. A bonny factor, somebody who's stuck her heels into the ground and wouldn't be moved. My admiration for her has increased enormously over the last few years. Give a that hand again for Joanna Cherry.
Well, hi everyone. It's really great to be back marching with all under one banner again. I did have an invitation to put my name in the ballot for the coronation, but as anyone who knows me would have guessed, I'd much rather be here with you today than at Westminster. Because, my friends, today is a particularly good day to remind the British establishment that in Scotland it is the people who are sovereign. Not the Parliament and not the King, but the people. And that's really, really important, because our sovereignty as Scots and people who live in Scotland means that we have the right to self-determination. And like all other human rights, it's a right that is universal. The right to self-determination is not a right that uniquely Scotland cannot claim. And I say that no matter what the United Kingdom Supreme Court may have said in a recent court case, which I think was both misconceived and misguided. Scotland has the right to self-determination because the union between Scotland and England is a union of consent. So it's a union that can be ended by the will of the people living in Scotland. And no 25-year-old Devolution Act, no British government and no court can ever deny that basic democratic reality. The union which we currently have with England is 300 years old. So it's constitutional nonsense to say that it can only be brought to an end by a referendum backed by a Section 30 order from an Act of Parliament that's only 25 years old. We need to move away from going cap in hand to the British government asking for a Section 30 order. And instead we need to find another democratic way to express our sovereignty. Now, it's really fantastic to see so many people here today. And like my fellow speakers, we encompass members from several different parties and people who aren't a member of a political party at all. Now, I'm a Scottish National Party MP. That's what I was elected as, and that's what I intend to stay. But for me, it is always country before party. So my loyalty is to my country, the people who live in it, and our Yes movement. Now, our movement for self-determination has come a long way in the last 10 years, and the SNP has had a huge role to play in that. And I know the SNP have hit a bit of a bump in the road at the moment, and we face some challenges. But I can tell you this, no matter how big those challenges are, the SNP is a party with a proud history and some really great people in it. So we're going to sort out our problems and be back in the vanguard of the independence movement. But it's important to remember today that the movement for independence is much bigger than the SNP, and it exists independently of the SNP.
Thanks very much.
Make sure it works.
Now, in recent days, Alex Salmond has made the point that 10 years ago, this time 10 years ago, the SNP was enjoying support in the high 40s, while support for independence languished at around 30%. But despite the SNP suffering a bit of a dip in the polls, and I think we can make that up, independence now still enjoys sustained support in the high 40s. And I think that's really important. Now, I remember very well in 2012 attending the launch of the Yes campaign 2 years before the referendum, and I remember it because it took place in the cinema complex at Fountain Bridge, which is now just across the road from my Edinburgh South West constituency office. And at the time the independence campaign, the Yes campaign, was launched, support for independence was at 28%. And I have to tell you that despite all the excitement and the hype of the launch of the independence campaign, I was gloomy because I thought we faced an impossible task. But I was wrong. I was completely wrong about that, because support went from 28% to above 50%, and we nearly won in 2014. And even though we didn't win, we've delivered an independence movement that, despite all our ups and downs, is still extremely strong. But unfortunately, that's the good news. Here's not the bad news, but the more challenging news. Support in the high 40s is not enough. What we need to do, and the challenge we face, is to build that support. And in order to do that, we need to bring the sort of people that I meet day in, day out in my constituency who aren't yet convinced of independence. We need to bring them with us. And we ought to be able to do that because these people are disgusted. They're disgusted with Brexit. They're disgusted with the existence of fuel poverty in an energy-rich country, and they're disgusted by the ethical vacuum at the heart of the Conservative and Unionist Party. So we ought to be able to persuade these people, because they know that Scotland can and should do better. But these people aren't yet convinced, because they've got big questions about the economy of an independent Scotland, big questions about cross-border trade, and big questions about going back into the European Union. So there's a lot of hard work to be done answering those questions. And I give you my word today that I'm going to continue to work hard to try and make sure that the Scottish National Party and the Scottish Government use the power invested in us by the Scottish people to answer those questions. You also have my words that I will continue to use such influence as I have within the SNP to make sure the party sorts out its internal problems and devises a strategy that will enable us to win, hold and win. Now, on that issue, like many issues, my friend and my colleague Ash Regan, who spoke earlier, was right during the SNP leadership campaign. She was right that now that the route to another independence referendum is closed off, we need to make sure that at every election, the issue of independence is front and centre until we win a mandate to negotiate with the British government. Now, credit where credit's due, that is the idea that Ash advanced with great courage during the SNP leadership campaign. It's a great idea, and I was really interested to read in the National yesterday that even some of my colleagues who were once implacably opposed to this idea have suddenly been converted to it now and think it's a good idea. And I think that should give us real cause for optimism. So enjoy your day out, keep your spirits up, and go home to your constituencies and prepare for an election on the question of independence. Thank you.
Great speech again there for Joanna. Now, before the Carlton Jug Band come on, we've got a wee speech, 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to do some technical stuff around the stage as well. It's a good friend and comrade of mine for Dundee. He's a welfare worker, a long-standing supporter of Scottish independence, and this is the first big speech he's done at an event like this. So again, give him a good rousing indie welcome to Alan Hendricks for Dundee.
Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much, folks. The Colonial Governor, Mr. Alistair Union Jack, said that the silent majority of Scots will be celebrating the coronation today. He said that we'll all be out there because it's the silent majority who will be celebrating this. Is this true? Is there any closet monarchists out there? Is anybody going to be swearing allegiance to this imbecile, this witless dauphin, this morose cloth-eared idiot who married his horse and thinks that we should talk to plants? The man's a complete embarrassment, and this is the absolute death of the United Kingdom, that you have this idiotic ceremony attended by morons down south who seem to think that we should all be forelock-tugging peasants and bow down to this man because of who his ancestors were. If things had turned out differently today, it would have been Prince Andrew who was being crowned king, instead of Charles, who's Jimmy Savile's pal, who we're getting now. So this is what we have. We're being ruled by a criminal mafia who's have a history of slave trading, have a history of imperialism, whose crown is studded with the blood of millions and millions of people around the world. So I think it's important for us today to take the message from where we are today and say we're not giving up on independence. Gandhi didn't give up on independence for India. Martin Luther King didn't give up on independence. The suffragettes didn't give up, all because Westminster said no. And we should not be giving up on this fight because it's one we will win. All we need to be is united, not to attack one another, and absolutely we all just have to go out there in our workplaces, in our social clubs, and give the message that independence is coming. It's going to happen, but it's not going to happen in Holyrood, it's not going to happen in Westminster, it's going to happen on the streets of Scotland, everywhere, from Inverness, all the way down south to the Solway Firth, and from east to west, from Glasgow to Dundee to Stirling to Glumnagrocket and many other places that we've got to go. So it's important that we all stay unified and that we have our purpose. And we say to the Tories, and we say to Keir Starmer, and we say to the Labour Party, and we say to every other person who says that we have to stay in this union, we're not for selling. Independence is coming. Keep up the fight. Thank you very much.
That's no bad for a first major speech at a rally like this. You know, the tradition of Radical Dundee, we are the Radical Toon, that's what we were known back in the 18th century. And it was us that was actually responsible for launching the Reformation as a people's Reformation, when we took down Greyfriars Kirk in Dundee. Now I think the technical glitches have actually been sorted out, so I think I can now confidently hand over to the Carlton Jug Band, a great band that are well known on the Glasgow circuit and also within the indie movement. So again, put your hands together for the Carlton Jug Band.
So we'll start away with a wee song that's got a kind of sing-along chorus. So hopefully you'll all sing along to it. It should really be, I would think, Glasgow's new anthem. And judging by the weather today, definitely. Suddenly it all went quiet. So during this song, what we'd like you all to do is
After the first verse, if you start stripping off your clothes very slowly.
in Westminster. You ain't nothing but a
Well done, everybody.
Thanks very much to the captains of band who are brilliant. Now we're going to have Colette Walker up to say a few words. She's the leader of the ISP Independence for Scotland party. So if you just give us a couple of wee minutes. He says, is that a hound dog? I don't think it is. Oh, maybe it is. How do I know? Anyway, 2 minutes, right? And this is Colette Walker.
Good afternoon, Glasgow. How are you doing? Are you a bit drooky? I don't know about you, But walking down Glasgow today, seeing everybody marching, made sure that reinforced how proud I am to be Scottish. Before I go on, I just want to thank everybody that organised today, everybody that made this possible, everybody from all under one banner, so give them a big cheer. And I'd like you to give a big cheer to all the Yes bikers who greeted us when we came into Glasgow Green. So, while down in England, Charles and Camilla are celebrating becoming King and Queen of England, I'm celebrating 3 years of ISP tomorrow. It's not easy setting up a political party, but at the end of the day, when you're a proud Scot and you want independence, sometimes you have to go that extra mile. So I decided to set up ISP to try and work with other independence supporting parties to get us to independence. It hasn't happened yet, but it will, because we're all going to come together and we are going to make it happen. Aren't we, Scotland? So, just now, I would just like to thank all my members, my exec, for all their hard work over the past 3 years. It's not easy, but it's been a great privilege, and I would like to thank them personally for all their hard work and supporting me in the past 3 years. Now, while England were preparing for the coronation, seemingly it's happening today, but there you go. ISP since January have been trying to stop the Stone of Destiny from going down to England, going down to London. But sadly again, we were stopped in our tracks by, guess what? One, our Scottish Parliament, because we tried to put a petition up in our Scottish Parliament and they came back telling us that the Stone of Destiny was owned by the monarchy. The English crown, not the Scottish crown. So when our Scottish Parliament don't even tell us our proper and true history, what hope have we got? So we need to then get our history right. We are the crown. We are sovereign. We are Scottish. While we were trying to stop the Stone of Destiny, it brought me back to about 7-8 years ago when my son was in the Scouts and he had to do his statement with the Scouts and he had to pledge allegiance to the Queen. Well, guess what? I wasn't going to have him pledging allegiance to the Queen. And guess what? I was the first person in Scotland to stop them from saying his pledges to the Queen. So, one thing I will say is people and our voices matter. When you own something like we own Scotland, speak up, be proud, and we will win. So my son was the first person to declare that he was not pledging allegiance to the Queen. So we all must stand our ground. So the statement being, we need to know our history. We need to know our facts, because nobody can then say otherwise, because we know otherwise. So this is the time that all political parties, no political parties, organisations like Salvo, Liberation Scot, SSRG, Commonweal, we all come together and we fight, because at the end of the day we can only do it if we work together. It's not one party, it's not one person, it's every single one of us that's here today. And I'll end on this note. We have the Declaration of Arbroath and we have our claim of right, and it is our claim of right. So I'm declaring today that we claim our Scotland back. Thank you.
Another great speaker there. We've got a real treat for you. Robin McAlpine, a major figure within the independence movement, a think tank for the independence movement, putting forward the ideas that can actually create the Scotland that we all want. The threat of a good example compared with the disgusting shit show that we have down south. Put your hands together for Robin McAlpine. Why is I still doing here? Why is not at the pub? I'd be at the pub, that's that. I just get, my kids are furious I'm still here. I promised to be back home. I know. Right, listen, we needed this today. If there was one thing the independence movement needed desperately at this time, it was that today. It was to remind them we're still here, it's to remind them we've gone nowhere, but even more than that, it's to remind them that we are in a strong position in Scotland and we're still there. We've got difficulties going on now, obviously, with things that are happening in independence and round about it, and folk are getting their heads down. And I'm only going to say one thing, because I'm going to be off in a minute here. I'm only going to say one thing. I do political strategy for a living. And my message to everybody right now is nothing has changed. We still have a situation in Scotland where we have the capability, if we get our act together, we have the capability of converting 60% of this population to support independence. We've got a solid 45. You tell Stuart that I've got we know there are another 10% who have at some point supported independence, so we know we can do that again. And believe me, because I've seen the public attitude work, there's another 5% that we can take over the top of that. 60% puts this to bed. What's the difference between it happening and not happening? Well, I'm just going to say a good old-fashioned Scottish Presbyterian thing. See, if you don't know what to do, work. We need to work. We need to get our act together. We need to start listening to the voters, asking them what it is that is stopping them from crossing the road to become full, hardcore, long-term independent supporters. And see what they tell us, we need to do that. And if they tell us they want answers, we need to give them answers. And if they tell us that we want to understand how this makes their life better, we need to tell them how this makes their life better. We spent too long gazing at our own navels and worrying about what we are going to do, and it is time now to get the work done, to turn ourselves outwards to the voters that we need to engage with. We need to talk to them, we need to ask them, and we need to work. And if we do that, if we get our act together, we recognise what we've got and what we have to do. We've got the skills, the talent, and my God, we've got the enthusiasm and the numbers to put this to bed. So yes, I'm talking to a lot of people just now, and they've got their heads down, and they're worried. And there's people in the newspapers saying it's over for a generation. And it could be. And the difference between it being over and not being over is one simple thing. It's us. We do this or we don't. We fix this or we don't. And I'll tell you one thing to finish up. We are now in a situation where no one is coming to rescue us. There is no white knight on our horse coming over the hill. We cannot just get ourselves down to the beach, light a rescue fire and hope someone comes. Nobody's coming. It's down to us. We will take this by the scruff of the neck. We will get it together and we will win it or we won't. It's down to us. Stop looking over your shoulder. Stop asking who's going to fix this. We will fix this. And when we do, we will deliver that Scotland that all of us want. But I don't have to drive in here with my eyes closed, hoping that I don't see houses absolutely absolutely festooned with Union Jacks because it breaks my heart. Work like you're in the early days of a better world. Nobody ever said anything better. But right now, independence movement, work like you know we can deliver this, and we can deliver this soon. Don't lose faith. We will do this. Thanks, everybody.
Great stuff there for Robin McAlpine. The next speaker that we've got is Craig Murray. Craig Murray was jailed. He's our Julian Assange. We owe a debt of gratitude to Craig Murray for the work that he has done in exposing the iniquities of the Scottish and British judicial system. It needs reform. It needs reform now. I'll hand over to Craig Murray.
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely to see you. It's great. I'm back and we're back, and the independence movement is firmly on the march again. You know, today is Coronation Day. And I walked today with you. We marched from one side of Glasgow city centre, clean through the city centre to the other side of the city centre, and I didn't see one single butcher's apron on the way on Coronation Day in Glasgow. What does that say about this city? If you were looking at your television now, you'd be seeing all the people buggering about in London, all the floozies, all the people in their lace, in their velvet, in their gold braid, with their medals they never earned, and their silly hats with plumes, and Charlie in his sparkly bonnet sitting on his chair above the old cistern stone they think belongs to us. You'd see all that and it looks laughable, and it is laughable. It's nothing to do with this day and age. But there's the hard power of the British state behind it. And that hard power is not laughable. That hard power is vicious and calculating. And that hard power of the British state is the enemy of the people of Scotland. And it is our only enemy. The only enemy of the Scottish people is the government of the United Kingdom. And anybody who believes that the government in London and the establishment in London will ever willingly give up Scotland, give up our fantastic natural resources, give up the talent of our people, give up our seas, give up our lands, they will never give that up. We have to take independence for ourselves. Independence does not lie through London. Independence lies in Scotland and in Scotland alone. If you believe, as I believe, that Scotland is a nation with the right of self-determination, then by definition, Scotland does not need the permission of London to become independent. And anybody who goes to London asking for permission does not truly believe in Scottish independence. Independence is achievable. Independence will be achieved by the people of Scotland. We need, as a movement,
to unite. We need, as a movement, to move forward. We need to not be distracted by the day-to-day trials and tribulations of the political class, because that has nothing to do with Scottish independence or the people of Scotland, which is a much bigger and more important cause, but is about the very freedom of a nation. It is the most fundamental question you can have. And I believe that today has shown that we are back on the march again. Scotland is moving forward and independence is coming. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that is on Facebook. Okay. I was looking around you left, John.
We've got two musical acts, but one just now is called Bobby Nickel. We've got another 4 speakers, and then the final musical act. So please hang around for these guys because they're great. So give a big warm welcome to Bobby Nicholson.
Yay!
Actually, they got a joke ready, but because he's not ready, and I never got a joke ready either, so we're a bit unready. Unready, whatever that is. I've heard it before, but I'm not really that sure now. All under one banner, we're unready. Right, cheers for Bobby.
This is a song about the similarity between pandas at Edinburgh Zoo and Edinburgh politicians. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Panda form out on loan, go and see the pandas. Me and you form a queue, go and see the pandas. There's kangaroos, cockatoos, tigers and piranhas. And go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. When you go, mind the roads, we're digging up the tarmac. Streets are blocked, shops are shut, we go and see the pandas. Where's the trams, what's the plans if you're looking for the answers? Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. They're overfed, they're interbred, they're any social bastards. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. There ain't a Houston, Holyrood. Go and see the pandas. The arse are in the tube bamboo. Go and see the pandas. There's trees, lakes, pearly gates, funny shaped verandas. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Welcome to the concrete zoo. Go and see the pandas. They scrape and crawl, they do fuck all. Go and see the pandas. All the while, down the mile, they're scranning your bananas. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Overfed, interbred, anti-social bastards. Go and see, go and see, go and see the pandas. Thanks guys so much. an introduction. You know what it's about as soon as I sing the first line. BBC, BBC, stop your bloody licence fee. All you do is lie to me, so stop your licence, BBC. I had a call when I was wee, sitting on my mammy's knee. Captain Pugwash on the main, shaft the cat and semen stains. I mind the magic roundabout. What the hell was that about? And why are we supposed to pay for Downtown Abbey anyway? BBC, BBC, stop your bloody licence fee. All you do is lie to me, so stop your licence, BBC. Somebody told me Downton Abbey was actually on ITV, not BBC, but I don't care, I never watched it anyway. Sticking to the right-wing line, loading guests on question time. Panorama, news at 10, actors' voices for Sinn Féin. BBC, BBC, stop your bloody licence fee. All you do is lie to me, so stop your licence, BBC. You don't have to let them pass your threshold, by the way. They have no right to enter your house, whatever they say. And when you lied on Indie One about the pensions and the pound, 5,000 gathered to complain that you reported 38. BBC, BBC, stop your bloody licence fee. All you do is lie to me, so stop your licence, BBC. Jimmy Savile, Prince Andy, stop your licence, BBC. £145 and 50p. It was the last time I paid it, but that was over 9 years ago. It's probably went up by now. Stop your licence, BBC. Thanks, guys. Anyway. For this next song, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to imagine my dog. You've got to imagine my dog living in a Kilmarnock housing estate. And my name is Bullet, and I'm a Staffordshire Terrier. Bullet the dog. Bullet the dog. Bullet the dog. Bullet the dog. Marvin gets his money every second week. He's drinking in the bar in the block. Dana isn't happy, she's starting to greet, so I've zero chance of getting a walk. You want to hear the language and the verbal abuse. Marvin's getting over the phone. What with all the garbage lying round the house, I can't even find my phone. Bullet the dog, I'm the one and only. Bullet the dog, I can tell you stories. Bullet the dog, about pure amazing. Bullet the dog, all these cats are crazy. Well, guys get their heads kicked down the road. The neighbours getting done for skag. Dana's chucking dishes off the kitchen wall, cause she doesn't have enough for fags. I know what's going to happen when he gets through the door. There's going to be some trouble to come. I've tried to do the bolt a dozen times before, but I'm addicted to my pedigree chum. That's how. Bullet the dog, about pure amazing. Bullet the dog, all these cats are crazy. Bullet the dog, they're always getting bored. Bullet the dog, they're always getting collars. drugs and violence, police sirens, fights over football teams, drills and roadworks, wains with fireworks, smashed windows in this scheme. DWP, RSVP, SSPCA. If you think it's a dog's life, try taking this tripe every single fucking day. Bill and the dog, one and only. Bill and the dog, I could tell you stories. Bill and the dog, about pure amazing. Bill and the dog, oh these cats are crazy. Bill and the dog, they're always getting bored. Bill and the dog, they're always getting collars. Bill and the dog, well I'm a pure amazing. Bill and the dog, all these cats are crazy. Thank you very much guys, and nice.
What is that doing, Billy?
Bobby, I just want to introduce the next speaker from the Alba Party, and this is Hector McLeod. Give a big hand for Hector.
Yay!
Good afternoon, Glasgow, and good afternoon everyone who has travelled here today. I should probably start by introducing myself, as I'm sure most of you will be wondering who's that randomer up there. I'm Hector McLeod, I'm here for the Alba Party, and yes, I've just come down for the Isle of Skye. No, I'm no very big, but when talking about Scottish independence, I'm certainly no very shy. And I'm here for two reasons that I suspect are very similar to most of you here today. First, to tell the new king that I swear no allegiance to him or any member of the Crown. The only allegiance I swear is to Scotland and its sovereign people. And secondly, to support Scotland's call to dissolve this unequal union and reclaim our rightful place as an independent nation. I spent a long time considering what to speak about today. I considered the energy scandal of Scotland producing 6 times the amount of energy we need, yet our people are still shivering in their homes. I considered mentioning all the 65 countries that have become independent from the UK or British Empire, yet not one has asked to come back. I considered speaking about all the possibilities that could become available to Scotland to become a more positive, outlooking, rich, resourceful, and most importantly, happy nation with independence. But then I figured, you all know this, that's why you're here today. So I'm not going to speak about the case for independence, as we all know why we need it. The questions I suspect we have is how we get it. So I thought I'd give my tuppence on that, but do it in maybe a different way to others. I'm someone who likes to make analogies when talking. I think you can explain stuff a lot easier and better when you compare it with something people can relate to. So I was thinking, how do I explain and compare this? And I've decided to be a bit bold, maybe even a bit risky, and I'm going to mix football and politics. Now don't worry, I said I decided to be bold, not daft, so I'm not going near club football. I'll stick with Scotland, but just in case the SFA don't want involved in this, let's call it, say, Scotland United. In my opinion, football teams need 3 things to be successful. They need a good support, a good team, and a good manager. So let's compare these 3 things with the independence movement. And I apologise to those who might not know players I mentioned, but don't worry, you'll get the gist. So the support, that's all of us here today, and all of us that support independence. I think there's no question we have a good support. We are the Tartan Army United. Woo! Then the team. The way I see the team is, in defence, we have our local yes groups, and they've been performing brilliantly. If I was sponsoring the match, I think I'd be awarding them the man of the match. Since 2014, they have not let anything in behind and have been key to keeping our support safe at a steady 45 to 50%, even through some tough opposition. They have given a performance Mr. Braveheart Colin Hendry would be proud of.
In midfield, we have the Yes organisations such as All Under One Banner, Hope Over Fear, Commonweal, Indie Live, Salvo, etc. They have been playing defensive midfield and helping keep the support there, as well as driving forward as attacking midfielders in attempts to boost the support. And they have also given an outstanding performance, a performance Super John McGinn would be proud of. Now in attack, this is where I see the political parties, and where some could say we are struggling a bit. Our main striker over the last few years seems to have picked up a bit of an injury. And as with all injuries, the longer the player continues to ignore it, the worse it seems to be getting. They really need to get it assessed and treated before it ends their career. However, for the team, although we hope the star striker can get back to full fitness and their best form, we know there's no I in team, and this is a team effort. The team can still strive on to success, as we have up-and-coming strikers who have played a couple of games already and are starting to really get the fans on board and support, and a belief that they can take the team to victory. And lastly, the manager. In 2014, we had a manager who took us to the final, but sadly resigned after narrowly losing out in injury time. Although, while I'm in no way a fan of VAR, I think the opposition's goal would have been ruled out for offside, given the lies told in the vow had we seen the replay. We then had a manager take over who, while winning some big games, they never quite got us to that final. So we now need a different manager. We need a manager who can bring the team together, a manager who can unite both the team and the supporters behind them, and a manager who has the tactics and strategies to take us over the line to victory. That manager is just waiting for the call. They have already been supported by both former managers, firstly by the last manager in February 2020, and also by our previous manager on numerous occasions. That new manager should be an independence convention. That will unite the movement, that will use the strength of our defence to the team's best advantage, that will take on all the ideas, tactics and strategies of the midfield, and that will drive the strikers on to scoring the winning goal, a goal that will knock James McFadden's winner in Paris out of the park. But more importantly, and on a serious note now, a convention can bring us what we have all been dreaming of, campaigning for and needing for too long now. So I ask you please, when you get home, write to your MP, your MSPs, your councillors, bring it up at meetings, and let's get this convention called. Because I'll make no apology in saying that more of the same in what we're currently seeing just isn't going to cut it. We need to call for less talking and more action. No more cap in hand, it's independence we demand. Enough is enough. We must reclaim our independence, to respect our past, survive our present, and to give hope to our future. Tapaliv agus Sur Alba Gebra.
Next we have from Salvo, Sarah Salyers.
Yay!
Sarah, welcome. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can I ask, can we all just come in a wee bit? There's not that many of us left. So, and I'm not very good with these things. And to those of you who've stayed this whole long, wet, cold day, well done. That's the Scottish spirit at work. Okay, I'm going to dedicate the next 5 minutes to one Willie McCrae. Willie, wherever you are, I hope you're watching us, because we're going to finish what you started. Right, here's the question. Why are we all here today, instead of watching, along with millions of others worldwide, the coronation of Chuck III? Maybe it's because we're offended by the spectacle of the ruling class parading its God-given right to reign over us through the symbolism
of an English feudal ceremony. If you want something to make the point of all that symbolism a bit clearer, it's written on a plaque across from St Bartholomew's Hospital in London at the site where William Wallace was tortured to death. It says, "Serve and obey." Is that what we're objecting to? Or maybe we see the whole pageant celebrating a history of empire, international inhumanity, slavery, genocide, and selling that to the people as something to get patriotic about. But no one here feels patriotic about it. Not about the loot taken from so many nations, and not about our stone of destiny, or rather, the lump of Perth sandstone that has stood for English claims to overlordship of Scotland for about 700 years. So here's an idea. Instead of bewailing our stone of destiny getting taken away, how about we turn the whole thing round? What Charles will be crowned on is a fake, probably a clergy stain. So how about laughing instead of crying about it? Imagine if instead of standing like an obedient lackey to the side of the royal lump of stone, Humza had pointed at it, laughed his head off and walked away. And by the way, Salvo's thinking of presenting His English Majesty with a golden loo roll to go with the royal Rallie stain. Maybe we reject the ostentatious wealth and privilege, the scene of extravagance, when so many people in this toxic union are destitute, hungry, homeless, and sick. Maybe it's all that and something more. Maybe your gut tells you something else is terribly wrong with what happened today, but you don't know exactly what. Well, I'd like to tell you what your gut knows. Today, an English monarch took an English oath and imposed the institution of the English crown across Britain. And that is a crime against this nation and this kingdom of Scotland, against every Scot alive today and every Scot who ever lived and died for what it means to be a Scot. Because what it means to be a Scot is to be the crown of Scotland. That is what still guarantees that the people of Scotland are sovereign. They are the sovereign crown of the nation. And this union, brought about by a forced treaty that the English establishment had no intention of ever honouring, has never had the lawful right to touch the crown of Scotland or anything it owns. Some people say this is all ancient history, all over and done with. If you believe that, I have news for you. Scotland's oil and gas, our water and our renewables are plundered now, today, in right of the crown. Not some joint crown created for the brand new Union in United Kingdom in 1707, but the same old English crown that has always coveted Scotland. That crown says it all belongs to His English Majesty, not the Scottish crown, which is the people. That's how they take our oil and gas and renewables and water and all the rest today. And that's why we're paying so much for what we already own. But hold on. Scotland never came under the rule of the English crown in 1707 because no Queen or Parliament, English or Scottish, and no treaty they made had the power to extinguish the Scottish crown or replace it with England's. And the British establishment knows that. 300 years of military control, cultural, legal, social and physical genocide has been trying to wipe out Scotland's collective memory. Wipe out the record of the terms and limits of a bogus treaty, but one England agreed and is bound to. Wipe out the memory of a people that they were and are the crown of Scotland. But I've news for that establishment. Scotland is waking up. Scotland remembers. and Scotland is rising. I'm sorry for keeping you. I've just a wee bit to do. What's important here is that no nation in the world has ever achieved liberation without a powerful sense of its own identity. And there's no more powerful clue to our identity than the truth that we are together, the Crown of Scotland. That we are the power in this nation and we can shape our destiny. As Salvo says, know your past, shape your future. How do we do it? Salvo's working to support a liberation movement and an international campaign to expose this union as a fraud. A fraud. Look underneath. Lift up the Union Jack. You know what you'll find? Just the English establishment strutting around in disguise, as vicious towards their own people as all the other so-called lower classes of the world. If you've not signed up for Liberation or Salvo, do, and get your friends and family to do it as well. But that alone won't set us free. I can't tell you exactly what the eventual route to freedom is going to look like, but I can tell you it will take all of us together. And we can start, those of us that are left, here and now. No one here is SNP or ISP or ALBA or any other party, because we can't be our beliefs. That's the whole gender reform thing, that you could be something because you believe it, and we all know that's not true, right? Beliefs can change. What we are is what can't change. What we are is Scots. That cannot change, and that's what unites us. So, you heard, everybody's heard about the invitation we were all given to take the feudal oath to His Most English Majesty. An invitation to commit treachery against the nation of Scotland and ourselves by surrendering our sovereignty to an English crown. How dared they? So, how about sending Scotland's answer? So I have a few words. They've been taken and expanded from the legally required Scottish Oath of Accession. That's the one Charles won't take. If I say it line by line, will you say it with me?
Yes.
I faithfully promise.
I faithfully promise.
The lawful rights and rents.
The lawful rights and rents.
With all just privileges.
With all just privileges.
Of the Crown of Scotland, which is the people of this nation.
Of the Crown of Scotland, which is the people of this nation.
I shall claim.
I shall claim.
I shall call to account. All those who have betrayed, transferred, or undermined it.
All those who have betrayed, transferred, or undermined it.
Theft, oppression, and wrongdoing.
Theft, oppression, and wrongdoing.
Against this people.
Against this people.
I shall answer with justice, equity, and the restoration of our rights.
I shall answer with justice, equity, and regulation of our rights.
Of our laws and the common good of our sovereign community.
Of our laws and sovereign goods of our community.
So help me.
So help me.
Now I was going to say let's give ourselves a round of applause, but instead let's do something else. Let's turn around to whoever's around you, beside you, and if you're a hugger, hug, and if you're a handshaker, shake hands. Let's embrace each other as the Crown of Scotland staking its claim. Did you feel it today? Scotland is waking up. Scotland remembers. And Scotland is rising.
Yes! Well done, Sarah!
I got my cousin. I felt a bit lonely up there, but at least I got one for Sarah. We now have Viva Coss, Alison Graham and Graham Spence. Hello Glasgow! Hello! I'm Alison, this is Graham, and we're Viva Coss. And our mission is to crowd platform the contributors to Scotland's future. That's you. It's good to be here today again, together, talking about independence. This is normal. This is what normal countries do. They talk about what their future looks like, how they achieve their goals, their dreams, their aspirations. That must be Scotland's North Star to a better country. What is not normal is the pantomime being played out down south, where Scotland's electorate are merely spectators. Kings, queens, palaces, carriages made of gold. When poverty and precariousness scars our daily lives across our society, where we are powerless to influence the decisions that impact us, from Brexit, Tory austerity and hostile policies. There's a proud history here in Glasgow of standing up to those averse to the values that we hold dear. When we talk of empires and injustice, we don't need to look far to see the rebellion of thought through generations in the people who call this place home. This week we have celebrated May the 4th be with you, a celebration of the rebel cause in Star Wars. This gives us pause to think back to the last time Scotland had a national conversation, and we can chuckle at the creativity and humour that helped breathe life back into this nation that had forgotten for too long how we drive ourselves to a better future. In 2014, the Great Train was sent north with members of the UK Parliament as tensions rose across the establishment in line with the polls. The self-appointed great and good were welcomed by the famous Glasgow rickshaw. You may now know the famous Glasgow rickshaw as Shawnee Boy. A collective confusion of trolley case wielding suits scuttled as fast as their brogues could carry them up Buchanan Street to the amplified bellows of "Bow down to your imperial masters! The Empire has arrived!"
It was hilarious then and it's still hilarious now, so much so that Alice and I brought lightsabers today just in case. The point is this though, while the UK powers on with a failed Brexit, a failed economic argument and a failed outlook for the future, we must look to the one aspirational light left in the sky, the light of independence. Independence is now the safe choice. Independence is the only choice that will economically and financially improve our country. Independence is the only solution to the problems our society faces. It was said in 2014 when Alex Salmond stood down, that was the end and support would fall. It was said again in 2022 when we lost the Supreme Court case, that was the end and support would fall. It was said again once more in 2023 when Nicola Sturgeon stood down, that now we were at the end and support would fall. And yet here we are today.
And support has not fallen, because the answer never was and never will be politicians. The answer has always been the people. The problems we face now are in our own gift to fix, but we must focus not on the past, not even on the future, but now. The present is where real progress begins. We must build forward, ahead of the politicians, and tell them to follow us. The days of idle arguing on social media are over. The days of labels, party hats, and exclusive clubs are done.
Everyone is a contributor on this journey. Everyone must advance the cause. Take the time you have, take the time you can. Focus on an idea or an issue that you are passionate about. Do the research, write a document. Take that document and share it. Everyone must share their work. It's the progression of ideas that count, not copyright but contribution. Elevate ourselves from the petty criticism by becoming our own editorial team. No more, oh, but that's rubbish. Help improve it or write better.
Ask your friends their fears and their concerns. Ask them to tell you why they're not convinced yet to yes. Then help build the documents and the arguments that will solve the problem. We have no opposition, we have a boundless future to write. Every time the unionists point out a flaw, a concern or a soundbite, they do us a favour. It gives us the opportunity to improve our plan, to make our ship watertight. We need to embrace our critical friends. We need to have a wider door and longer table. We need to build the perspective together. None of this needs a massive organisation. None of this needs a political party. None of this needs guidance from those in power. The truth is, the people are who the politicians fear.
The people are where ideas are born. The people are who dream. The people are who make demands. So today, invite the politicians to follow you. Support and celebrate those who go home today and start writing. Iterate and build on those ideas. Improve them with your contribution. The ideas of tomorrow will be written today. The future is not yet written. It has always been in our hands. So pick up your pen, your keyboard or your mic. Take control. Make a stand. Write your own future. The first words after the French Revolution were Vive la France! In the spirit of the Old Alliance, let the first words of our Scottish independent nation be Vive la France!
Those of us who dare to dream, plan, deliver a better future as one. We are dauntless, brave and loyal, valiant to the end. If you came here a stranger, you will surely exit a friend. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. We've got one more speaker and one more music act and then we're done. It's great to see so many people still here at the end. It's been raining and all the rest of it, so well done. So next up we've got David Henry of the Scottish Sovereignty Research Group. Big round of applause for David, please.
Hi folks, thanks for sticking around so long. So hello Glasgow. This is Edinburgh calling. Right, we're all here for one reason, and that reason is to support Scotland's future and to see Scotland become independent. When I voted yes, which believe it or not I voted yes, on the 18th of September 2014, I then joined the SNP the next day. Never voted for them before, but voted for them ever since.
Yes!
I didn't think, however, 9 years later, we'd still be waiting for independence to be delivered. I then joined the Scottish Sovereignty Research Group. Sort of rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? So we call it SSRG. It was set up just over 3 years ago. It's a think tank. We do a lot of thinking. And we also bring lots of experts, academics and politicians to meetings every week to discuss the big issues and to try and bring together a consensus of what Scotland is going to be like when we are independent. So I want to ask you a wee question. What do we want? When do we want it?
Unity!
The SSRG published 2 documents in the last year. One is the Claim of Right, and the other is the Treaty of Union. We also held, as many of you might know, last year a 3-day conference in Dunfermline. Many of you might have been there. Thank you for your support. We're doing it again this year on the 14th to 16th of July, again the same venue, only it's going to be bigger and better than last year. We have already invited the Alba Party, ISP, SNP and Scottish Greens to join us. We don't expect the Scottish Greens, funny enough, to come because they never seem to reply to our emails, but hey. We will also be inviting the Scottish Conservatives and the Scottish Labour Party. However, they never reply. All under one banner has been essential in bringing us all together. I think they've done a fantastic job today. And long may it continue. Don't worry, it's a very short speech. So SSRG is organising its 3-day independence conference, from the 14th to 16th. It's open to all politicians, experts, academics, and most importantly, it's open to all supporters of Scottish independence. So as many of you as possible, please try and come along. We'll also make it available online. 1. Scotland can be a fairer, more equal country. We don't need to accept 200% increases in our electricity bills. We can have a publicly owned energy company that will benefit every Scottish household.
Yes!
You just need to vote for it. Scotland can join EFTA within months, not years. That gives you access to all the EU trade deals. The Scottish nation can be in charge of its future once again. You just need to vote for it. Scotland can have a central bank. It can have its own currency. You just need to vote for it.
Yes!
So the SSRG conference is the next step for the Yes movement. In July, we're going to bring representatives and supporters from the SNP, the Alba Party, ISP, and our friends, family and neighbours who are still supporters of the Union. Let us all get together and help build a better country. It's time we all work together. It's time we voted for independence. I want to see you there in July. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, David. So before the last person on the stage, we've got Andy Docherty just about to play some songs.
Yes!
So the next march is in Stirling on 24th of June, and then it's Ayr on the 29th of July and onwards up to Edinburgh on the 7th of October. So this is online, it's on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all the dates. Let's keep this momentum going. Let's get to Stirling and let's carry this on. Let's get a massive march on the 24th of June. Look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Hello there, we've eventually arrived. We've had a 3-hour wait for 10 minutes of glory. You know what I mean? But it's been well worth it, it's been a wonderful day.
Get louder!
Yeah, Rallie, okay. I just want to sing, the first one I want to sing, it's about this issue of colonisation. One of the things that people do when they colonise another country is they make friends with the elite in that country. This is a song Robert Burns wrote about that process. A lot of people think it's about an anti-English song. It's nothing of the kind. It's about Scottish people who cooperate with colonial powers. It's called Sic a Parcel of Rogues in a Nation.
Two songs, maybe three. I'll get the book car ready.
Farewell to all our Scottish fame. Farewell our ancient glory. Farewell into the Scottish name, so famed in a martial story. The Sarkrons say this always stands, and Tweed runs to the ocean, to mark where England's province stands, like a parcel road in a nation. What force of guile could not subdue, with many a warlike ages, is wrought now by a coward few, for hireling traitors' wages. The English steel we could disdain, secure in valor's station, but English gold has been a bane to the parcel roads in a nation. Time had seen the day when treason could sell us. My old grey hair would flame in clay, Bruce and loyal Wallace, with pep and power to my last hour. I make this declaration: we're bought and sold for English gold, like a parcel of rogues in a nation. Thanks a lot. We've been left to sing all the miserable songs, you know what I mean, the kind of sad songs. You know. I hope in the future that we rock it up a wee bit more, but it's nice to calm down a bit before we leave.
Oh. No. Might ask them if you're singing at my band. Ask them.
Oh, rowan tree, oh, rowan tree, your hand give your tail, entwined thou art with many ties. Oh, heavens, in sea, your leaves bright, the first of spring, your fruits the summer's bright. Oh, the
said the bonny tree in all the countryside, oh Rallie tree. There arose my father's prayer in holy evening's camp. First then I heard my mother's voice in the martyr psalm. But now are gone, they mere will sit beneath the rowan tree. But hallowed thoughts around thee twine, O hymn and infancy, O Rallie. Thanks very much. Seems you've all been good enough to wait to then. Will you try and help us sing Auld Lang Syne, no?
Yes, absolutely.
All acquaintance forgot and never brought to mind. Should all acquaintance be forgot? For all Lang Syne, Joe, for all Lang Syne, we'll turn the kindness of the sweet, and these and my trusty here, and here's a hand, oh mine, how your time decorates. For all Lang Syne, the Joe, for all Lang Syne, we'll take a cup as yet for Thanks a lot. See you at Bannockburn, hopefully. Bye.
You get something cut in. Got someone who just thinking about it.
Well folks, I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah. Neil, are we done? We're done.
I just want to say one last thing. Fuck the monarchy. See you later.